don't got no friends. I don't got no friends. You know what I mean? I got supporters, people on my side and people on the other side.
Welcome to the shift where the whole room blows. EMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. Tissue flat, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm like, yo, shine just right. Respect your view even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. EMG family, we elevate the mind right. This that channel that be talking back, energy attack. Iron sharp as iron, watch the whole league react. Competition in the building, better tighten up your facts. We ain't clones, but we still mirror how you crack under impact. Every debater work hard, spot a weak, rep fast. You live wrong, paradigm shift, then break your stance. I'm the judge, the jury, the pen, the contrast. My bars hit always like a quadruple, buying to the shift where the whole room glow. MG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't all align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. EMG family, we elevate the mind right. We invite every mind, long as you stand on yours. Walking with respect, leave with open doors. Channel stay lit, views jumping off from boards. STL bounce, yeah, the spy from the source. Competitors, welcome, step up, don't fold. We don't fit pressure, we refine under load. Thoughts heavy, we press them till the truth get told. Shift so clean, it feel platinum even when it's gold. Come through correct, bring your logic and your proof. Speak your truth, just don't run from the truth. We debate with grace, that's the paradigm groove. Flow so smooth, even turbulence move. Welcome to the shift where the whole room go. EMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. EMG family, we elevate the mind right. Where the home go. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' go. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. DMG vibes got the city on go. Welcome to the shift. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. Welcome to the shift. If you black, I'm with you, if you black, I'm with you. Welcome to the shift. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. Welcome to the shift. EMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. EMG vibe, got the city on low. With paradigm shift, T304.
Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you black, I'm with you. And I hope that you with me.
up in the air, most like keep a crispy path. We not debaters, we terminators, keeping their brains up on the table. We just get back and we filling up. You are the gap, we be filling up. This all the debate with these bosses. Most of you niggas we really don't trust. Coming live on the screen, they lie on the mean, so fuck them. Lie. Take a walk, then they shoot. Wanted that shit might be rude. You ain't even paying dues. How the fuck you think you prove shit? Just don't make the news. Body left, but ain't no clue. That just what happened when you snooze. Keep your dap, don't fuck with you. Keep on hearing the posse be wanting that smoke. But every time I see that nigga keep saying he don't know. Bitch, this gon' make you know. JJ set up that little show just so we can see him frog croak. Neil be on go, that's for sure. Last time I seen the boy, he was copping deuces. Yeah, back up on the scene, but he was not with Rufus. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. But that don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy path. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy path. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You are the gas, we be filling up. Niggas be geeking, they really want clout. Soon as they hear my shit, they switching their style, they really too wild. I guess I'm really the shit. You niggas right there, you really a bitch. Lion be up in this bitch, you really a bitch, so you be jumping from click to click, y'all making me blick of the blick. Green dots on the shit. We go hard, you don't want it. On my squad, you don't want it. Y'all niggas ain't got no money, I'm saying. That BVS, you ain't got no feds. No. Diamond dash, brown and neck, full of big figs. Niggas are fresh. Water dripping off me like a faucet. Hoes just lost it. Lions, that's my team. We live too awesome. Call it boss. And what you mean? I mean everything. You might call it flossing. Shout out to Ratchet Crib, my nigga. Up in Memphis, say I'm flauncing. I roll with these lions, no time. No bears, what? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy path. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we filling up. You are the gap, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy path. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we filling up. You are the gap, we be filling up. Hope you know, in the 2023, we got to do it like some motherfucking balls, sweat.
Lions is in the building. Come on into Paradigm Shift 314. My name is JJ 7000, the most feared debater on this planet. Sit your ass down, man. Hold up for a second, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Shout out to my queen, my wife, my forever, Jenny Hayes. Shout out to Sister Kareem and the Lions Den, Neo Love, and the rest of the goddamn team. You see the title, ladies and gentlemen. The Return of the Jedi Judah 7000. Tehuti's Master Teacher. It's part 5 of my chronicles, you know, man. The Jedi Judah 7000 had to come up out of training with Yoda, you know what I'm saying, to get some balance in the force. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? You got these Siths running around here, man, misrepresented and misleading the people. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen, man? You know, the Jedi Judah been on the road for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Kicking ass and taking names later. That's right. Hit that like, share, subscribe. Don't forget to hit that Cash App. You know, anytime for a donation. You know, you hit that $ DMG, the poet. Also, don't be afraid to hit that $ Anton Hayes, a.k.a. Jeremiah Judah 7000, a.k.a. Mendinka Molly. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, see, ladies and gentlemen, there's a failure to communicate out here in the conscious community world. You know, these guys running around here, running their pork chop eating lip. I'm talking about the greasy pork chop eating. Now, Tehuti, you one of my students. I don't know why you running around here talking about you beat the people's champ. I mean, what would even make that come out of your magician lip? It must be some kind of magic trick going on. And like, am I being punked? You know, I had to look around for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I had to look around and see if Reggie or somebody's gonna jump out the closet on me. You know, you're being pumped, JJ. God damn it, it was just a hoax. That's right, man. Come on in to Paradigm Shift 314, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Jedi Judah's back in action, man. Hey, you see them guns, the Python are getting bigger by the day. God dang on me, man. Shit. But anyway, man. So, Hootie, let me tell you something, man. Don't you ever in your life run around this community talking about you beat the goddamn champ. The FOPE debate legend champ. The people's champ. You hear me? God damn it. The hate HOK champ. The two-time HOK champ. Let me get that in perspective. The HOK GOAT. You hear me? The positive bib only champ. I beat the hell out of goddamn Jose Vega. Wasn't even a match. You hear me, man? I'm a champion of champions. That's right. Come on in to the Paradigm Shift, man. We're going to get into the meat and potatoes, man, of this whole situation. You know, Tehuti done went on goddamn Killer Priest talking about he did something to me. Talking about he beat me. You know, man. So I got to straighten this guy out, man. He talking about that. See, the original argument with Reggie's and I's. You know, I don't know if I's is a word, but we're going to say it today. I mean, Reggie running around, he was running around the community. The Greeks wrote the Bible. I said, well, what type of nonsense is this? The timeline doesn't even add up, ladies and gentlemen. You hear me? And then next thing you know, Chris, I hate my hairline, Harrison jumped on to the fight. So then, you know, he called me up with Sonetta one day talking about he'd be a huckleberry. I said, what the hell is a goddamn huckleberry? He been watching too many old westerns and so I was huckleberry. I said, so Sonetta said, so when can y'all do this back? I said, we'll do it tomorrow. What do you mean tomorrow? I said, tomorrow, nigga. So then the next day, you know, Chris doing his trolling. Sonetta called me. He's like, yeah, man, JJ, you know, Chris over there live talking about. I said, man, I said, light it up. Light up the stream yard. He said, JJ, go over there and get him. I said, nah, man, you go get. He said, JJ, go over there. I said, I goes over there. I said, get in the ring right now. What you mean, JJ? I said, come on, son. He got it lit up. Let's go. Well, he wouldn't do me like that. Well, hold on, me, my Christian. Well, guys, he wouldn't do me like that. And long story short, he didn't show up. But then next thing I know, Tehuti jumps in the goddamn fight. Try to trick a fake letter of Arterius. So he brings the letter up to the goddamn stage. I said, well, dang, in the letter right there, it said 72 Hebrew elders wrote the goddamn book. What I mean, the book, what it said in the letter? So then we goes off the air. Yasha Ben Israel said, JJ, I'm like, what's going on, Aki? He said, I don't know why you sitting up here arguing about this damn letter. I said, what you talking about? I said right there, 72. I said, Tehuti must be misreading something or something. It said right there, 72 elders wrote it. He said, nah, man. He said, that letter is a fraud, a fake. I said, what? I said, let me go look this up. I got to looking it up, ladies. I said, man, I'll be damned. It is a fake. See, Tehuti didn't know that I knew this. So when I come to the debate, I already had it read. What you bringing a fake letter to the debate for? What the hell going on, man? Shit. You can't bring a fake letter to the goddamn debate, sir. What are you doing, man? Shout out to my baby. Shout out to my queen. You can't do that to Tehuti. That's against the rules. Come on, Pops. You know that ain't right. The elder, one of them elders, I actually became told that boy about that chart. One of them guys, hold up, man. You know that ain't right. You know what I'm saying? So we get into the debate, ladies and gentlemen. And Tehuti thought that I was going to fall for one of his rabbit in the hat tricks. The People's Champ was already advised by the council over here at the Lions Den Academy of Education and Information. We bring it out. That's right, man. Tehuti, you got your ass whooped. Now, of course, I know the audience voted for him. But when we go back and look into the files and the situation of what really happened, that's when the truth will set you free. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? The truth. My higher fire, Pastor Bennett voice, will set you free. You know that's your highest fire that ran Chris Harris off the goddamn stage. That's right, I quit. And slam the computer down. One of them type of shit. I'm surprised Tehuti Snake didn't start choking away after that damn debate. You know, the snake already bit him in the ass over there trying to be slick. I told him that damn dead spider stayed up there the whole damn debate, didn't move one damn time, man. That's a Velcro spider. I love you, Tehuti, but you have to do a little better than what you're doing when you get against the champ, man. I told you about this crap. And you try to create a legend or something, just like that fake letter. That's just a historical fake legend, a myth. So Tehuti's running around here talking about he beat the goddamn champ, man. What the hell going on, man? You see you goddamn these pythons, they was choke that little bit of that snake out you had on there on the goddamn stage, boy. But anyway, let me get into some of that history of what's going on, man. I got you. Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. Hold up. You know how 7,000 do it. Hit that like, share, subscribe, Paradigm Shift 314. Shout out to Hemi and Neil Love for the great music we got over here, man. You know, there go my baby. There go my baby. Oh, girl, look at you. But anyway, let me get to this educational ass I'm about to put on this guy. I don't know why he trying to change history. I don't know what the hell going on, man, with some of these characters, man. They know I'm the goddamn GOAT. Haru Conscious, you out there peeking around. You on my list, sir. You been running your goddamn lip talking about the Greeks didn't learn that from the ancient. You just a bandwagon jumper. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know what's wrong with these characters. Let me see what we got here in the artillery. So let's start right here where we kind of strike back up the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Hold up. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Let me see, said this is all you had to do. See how you move that over like that? Oh,
care about the teachers anymore. None of them know how to tell time.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? I got a teacher who's going to tell me, welcome to my show this Sunday. Going to tell me Sunday show. He don't give me a Gregorian chronological timeline. So he just Hellenized my mind. That's worse.
Hold on now. With Tehuti and who's some of these other guys? Smash Rockwell. Let's see, Tehuti, Smash Rockwell, Reggie. You know, they just they can't say a couple paragraphs like the Elder Patai. Sorry, one of the guys I brought out in the woodworks. You know, he was buried in the Commission sand over there in Giza somewhere. 7,000 went down and rejuvenated him. You know, like Dolph did. You know how he go in the chamber and come back out rejuvenated. That's what 7,000 did for the elder. You know, Tehuti looking like, damn, he didn't say 5 paragraphs of this comedic stuff. Oh, shit, I got to step my game up. Look at Tehuti looking at him. Look at him, y'all. I love you, Tehuti, but you got to do a little bit better than what you're doing, sir. Look at that.
Johnson, life, prosperity, health.
That's right.
Ubin, Napike, Pandabu, Haruma.
Petite Dop Seals. Tehuti, I don't know what you talking about, man. Shit. Look at that.
Which means rising always in divine excellence with Ma'at. Right. Every day, all day, and in the words of our paternal father, Asa.
Yeah, Tehuti, he gonna take my comedic place over here. Look how excited. Boy, Tehuti, you had a good. That's not my eye the way you looking at that fella. I mean, come on, that's an elder. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what this is all about right here, but we gonna keep it moving.
Unefa, Kentiamenti. He says that.
Oh yeah, still showing. Yeah.
Whole of the universe. Nothing is ever added, and nothing is ever lost. Dua.
Dua.
Hotel, brothers. Good pleasure to meet everybody.
I told you. Hey, you have to step your metanetta up, you and Jabari, man. Shit, Jabari, you ain't got your wife to tell me, well, she's the one that does. Well, you know, guys, I can't do my Jabari verse. I ain't heard it in a minute. But Jabari, y'all gonna have to step it up, man. We got Patah Sar in the building, man. Shit, master comedic teacher. You see what I'm saying?
I would love to walk that brother off craft myself, man. he dropped so much jewels. Quick, all right. Hey.
That 7,000 brings you these guys. See, Tehuti, remember 7,000 one brought you out. See, I try to let these guys shine, but when you step on the goddamn Jedi using 7,000 lifesaver, you in some damn trouble. Talking about I didn't bring you out to the community. Did nobody know you till 7,000 brought you out, sir? I don't know why you acting like that. You should have been like, yeah, you know, I think 7,000 for bringing me out, you know what I'm saying, getting me great debates. And now the things of that nature, you know, this is how I ended up over here on Killer Priest podcast, you know. Me and Unc came over here and talked about our debate with the pyramids. See, 7,000 set that debate up, sir. Let's keep
going. Molly, let me ask you a question. How many debates you won? No, lost.
Well, you know, I've lost a couple of votes, so you know, because you know, some of the audience being a little biased, whatever. But
you see how 7,000? Yeah, I lost a couple of poll debates. You know, a couple of polls in a couple of debates because you know, I go on the road, so it ain't gonna be in favor of the people's champ. You know, see, you know, I'm an honest type of fella. You hear me? But in my mind, we know goddamn well, I ain't lost no debate. They gotta switch the polls on 7,000. You know, point in case Sar Frankie Nutter did that. You know, how you gonna, when we did the team debate? You know, how you gonna sit up here and have Team Tanakh versus Team Oaspi, and we winning 347 to 150 something votes. And then the next thing you know, you do your Sarnetta, Frankie get in the way, do a distraction. The next thing you know, it's Team Yara versus Team Oaspi with less votes. And then the names is flipped. That's, come on, man. That's like, come on, Pops. You know that ain't right. You know, things of that nature. But let's keep going, man. Shit.
In my mind, you know, I set the poll, you know, vote, but in my mind, I haven't lost a single debate.
That's right. he going on. Oh, let me fix my lips here. See Tehuti going off the little pose that way. But we finna show you how you get your ass whipped, Tehuti. That's what we finna do. Hit that like, share, subscribe, man. Shit. Who peeking around? Okay, come on. It's late. See, at this point in time, Killer Priest he was going off what Tehuti had told him, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Killer Priest already told me after he watched it, you got your ass with Tehuti. I put you in the sarcophagus under the Giza pyramid somewhere, man. Shit. Here we go.
Yeah, right.
He said in my mind.
On the wall, huh? Yeah, no doubt.
I'm trying to be friendly right now.
Okay.
I can take that. You know, it just make me sharper on my next debate. But I mean, Tehuti had a classic debate. Me and Tehuti, you know, we've been on platforms together.
If you did, then you obviously lost that one. Because my man, he's flawless.
At this point in time, see, Killer Priest didn't know about the whole situation, ladies and gentlemen. See how I'm looking at him? Oh, okay. So what Tehuti didn't told him?
So they haven't lost one yet.
No, okay. Now, see, if we could, as a matter of fact, I was gonna go in on Brother Sanchez, but we can actually review that debate. There is no Council of Alexandria.
That's right.
There is no no library.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
There's no Council of Alexandria that he said in the debate that they put this together and wrote it all. There's no proof of no Alexandrian library. And then you brought a fake letter to the debate, Tehuti. That's not scholarly, sir. The letter Arterius. Everybody knows that that's a fraud. I didn't know at the time when we first kind of did our little interaction, and Yasha Ben Israel pulled me to the side. Every great debater got a counsel team behind them, man. He said, man, JJ, that letter is fake. I said, what? I get looking at us. Well, I'll be damned. It is fake. What is Tehuti doing running around with this letter? But let's keep going.
So that's what Tehuti lost that debate.
Oh, wait, who?
And
it's something I didn't know about.
You didn't know about it, Killer Priest. You know, until you watched it. Shit. Yeah, that's how it go. See, Tehuti don't want to ever. We supposed to be setting up a discussion about this so I can school my student, So hit that like, share, and subscribe.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk.
He's my guy, but of course, if it's on Sarnetta TV,
right?
That's the channel,
right?
So and I'm the bad guy on Sarnetta TV, but right. What we can do, we can go over the debate again.
We said you better.
We I debated JJ. I debated JJ.
Oh, y'all too. That's what you saw. I thought he said something about Brother Sanchez. I heard that.
We're gonna put Sanchez on the back burner. He running around here talking about Jesus is the serpent in the garden. I mean, come on.
Oh, okay.
I debated JJ on Sun Edits and all my intros.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. But
JJ came out swinging.
I heard you're a great researcher.
Yeah.
No, the word. Yeah.
My brother.
You got down all right. The word on the street, JJ, a great researcher. I get that.
So who do you think he beat me in that debate?
What?
Like, play that video over here so the audience can see that debate. That'll be my first show I can do over. Me and Tootie can sit down together.
Well, yeah, I was supposed to be on my first show I was gonna do over here, but I ended up. Me and Unc came on there and did our thing. All right.
And stop it and see, and I can point out, see, Tootie, that's where you messed up, and you can tell me where see, it was a trick in the title as well. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
There's a trick in the title.
I gained more respect for you, though. I got at least he keep it at 100. That's 100.
There's a trick in the title.
Tootie, would you like to just go back over that debate one?
No, he don't. Well, okay, so y'all see that little part right here. Hold up, let me see. Hold up. Yeah, we play it.
Days over here. I mean, I think it's some good information. He said that the Greeks, listen to this. He said that the Greeks, they had to have some help translating it from the Hebrew.
No, I didn't say that.
You Reggie, Chris Hayes, all y'all's running around talking about the Greeks wrote the Bible. Stop it. That's the original argument, sir.
Had some help.
He said he didn't say it. But anyway, look, we got to talk about this later.
No, I didn't. And I mean, to clear the air. So first of all, peace and greetings, JJ. Tua, thank you for bringing the brother.
That's it, Tua. So you don't get no happy. You see, see the elder breaking down a whole goddamn 3-4 paradigm. We ain't gonna go today.
Brother, thank you for bringing the brother. That was interesting. I thought we were going to interact, but he was definitely on. What are they saying? They say he's on one. Is that what they say in the streets?
Yeah.
I'm learning street talk. He was on one.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, and peace to you, and peace to the you got the brother in the background there. Peace to him. So
peace to you too, bro.
Yeah. So whenever
they got one of my students with me, y'all. You see that?
we're discussing debates.
Yeah.
I never come off and say, I feel I won, I feel I lost.
Right.
Because there's no need for that, because the person who's arguing,
the audience is not really paying attention. They're doing all the little hoopla. They ain't really paying it. See, some of the information I brought out went way over their heads. That's why the Jedi Judah 7,000 gotta slow it down for the people. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep going.
Their point should feel like they have a point that they're winning. all I do is when I have a debate, whether with JJ, me and JJ did have a debate, whether it's JJ or Unc West or anyone else, we just do a poll. And then it's whatever the
poll really don't count because they don't really. I mean, it count. I mean, I'll take the poll loss. But when it comes down to really evaluating the information, that's what I'm here for, to edify the body. But when it comes to a poll on certain platforms, you're gonna get certain results. You're gonna get unbiased results. Biased results. That just the whole crust of the whole situation, ladies and gentlemen. We know this. Sarnetta's platform is a comedic platform. They go against Bible believers. They paint a picture, a facade about, like right now, I'm a truth seeker and a free thinker. But at this time, I was Hebrew Israelite. We gonna get into it, y'all.
Audience says, I never come back and argue with it. I never come back and say, you stupid audience, or you guys. No, what did the audience say? Okay, that's what we'll go with. So yeah, me and JJ did have a debate, and according to the audience, it was 84 to 16%.
84 to 16%.
Yeah. That was the audience.
Page and then took a poll. Did you tell me?
Yeah, Sarnetta kicked me off and then took a poll. Did you remember that part, sir? But anyway, that's what he did.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, he threw me off the stage like he always do. Then he took a poll. Okay, so Tehuti, I'm just gonna be honest with you. You lost that debate. Sir. There is no Council of Alexandria. There was no library.
There's no Council of Alexandria. Your timeline is off. The Ptolemies was dead by the time the New Testament was even wrote. You hear me? They was out of there. They was out of there, y'all. The Romans took over. Man, come on, man. Around it, they don't even mention no Ptolemies in the Bible during Jesus' time. They don't talk about that. I don't know what the hell going on with this damn Tehuti. You see, I don't know what he forgot to Velcro that spider back on there. That's what he forgot to do. Look at him.
So you didn't prove that the Greeks wrote this. You brought a faulty letter, the letter of Arterius, to this debate, and you used that as your source. That was your source.
That's right.
I always say you can't manage what you can't see. Monday.com shows you the full picture like that.
You can't hit with your eyes.
So
Dude, remember that you can't hit with your see the information was so light and fast for you during the debate. You can't hit what your eyes can't see. Rumble, young man, rumble. The great words of Muhammad Ali. Let's go.
So what I'm gonna do Wednesday? I'd like to bring the debate with Natalie and Zion, and then Saturday you can go over on a neutral audience because Sarnetta TV is biased. We know this, but Tehuti ran with it.
I'm not going to do that with Sarnetta. I'm not going to.
So just let Uncle 7,000 handle that part of the demonstration. Here we go.
The thing with any of my debates, it's a good conversation though.
Yeah.
So the thing with my debates that I have, I always screen record what the person I debate says afterwards.
Right.
And it's always an echoing theme.
Right.
It's the same thing. So when I debated Judah Nazareth, he said, "It's biased." He said, "It's biased. It's rigged. It's biased. It's rigged."
No, that wasn't biased because I put that debate together. I had 5 different judges from all walks of life. It was 2-2. The last judge was a Hebrew Israelite, and he picked Tehuti. That's how Tehuti became the Lions Den champion. Judah was a champion by default because during that time we had a tournament going. Jeremiah, please say Yah. He wanted to start his own debate league, and what he did, I think me and him got into it. So he took like 5 debaters that was left in the tournament and took them over there with him. James Cassell, Don Pro's 01, King Seth, what's his name? He calls himself Lucifer now. I forget Lucifer, and one more debater. So it was Judah Nazareth was left, and he had to be champion by default. And then his very first title defense was against Tehuti. I got the history. Let's keep going.
Right.
After I debated Commission, he said, the crowd was biased. The crowd was biased.
Never heard of Commission.
All these, so it's an echoing theme, and that's why I stick to. I never say who wins a debate.
Right.
The winner of a debate is declared by the audience,
right.
And they say what it is at the end. And
let's get ready to wrap it up, though.
Yeah, at the end, that's what they say. So I don't.
That's good.
Yeah. So in all of my debates and when it was finished,
right,
the audience declared me the winner, every single one of them. I don't have an opinion.
Right.
I just teach what I teach, and I let the audience. When you as a debater have to come and say, I won. And it's like,
when you as a debater, you came with 3 lies. You came with a fake council of Alexander, a fake Ptolemy council, fake council of Alexandria. You came with there's no archaeological evidence of a Alexandria library, and then your main mess up was when you brought that fake letter, and that was your main source. So if China's audience couldn't grasp it, to all those things I pointed out, that's the layman sometimes don't catch on. The neophytes sometimes don't catch on. Right? Let's keep going.
No. Oh, you just like I follow John Jones, Kamzat, Shemaiah, Habib, Hoyce Gracie, and at the end of their fights, there's a winner declared. So you don't really have to see John Jones or Muhammad. You don't have to see the winners always saying, I think I won. Just it's a declaration. You're not supposed to say you won.
Right.
You're supposed to just say what the outcome was.
That's over here. I don't take kindly to Tehuti saying he beat me when he did. Bro, I cut 3 lies this day.
That's right.
Can the audience hear us? Because it's really choppy.
I know, that's why
It's on the show.
See, now I'm getting pissed. All right, hold up. Let's get this. So, let's keep playing.
No, one of the audience can hear us because some people saying that it was choppy. So
yeah.
Can they hear? That's him. He's choppy.
We're gonna. It's crazy choppy. Yeah. What Lions Den?
Okay, now look, here go another line. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I want to say Mendika, say it right. That was dope. The elder was way past what I thought, man. I knew he was deep, but he just went way there. We had a nice conversation.
See, I got an eye for talent. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
And we need brothers like that. That was heavy, man. He took it to the next level. Word.
I got to come on to the channel. Wednesday. Did we clear the day for Wednesday for Natalie and Zion to do their?
Yeah, I gotta. Let me build with the team. I'm build with the team tonight. Yeah, I'll build with the team that was born and everybody and Neptali. Shout out to Neptali. She was here earlier.
She was.
Yeah, she was in the audience.
Are we leaving that with that last impression? Is that how we're leaving this comment?
No.
Like that?
Nah, it's no.
That's the last memory.
No. We got. You want to talk? Let's talk off air on that one. Okay. Because I wasn't Neptali part of it too.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
That was shout out to Neptali. She hit me up. All right. So I mean, where we at? I just want to say that was great, man. It surpassed what I thought. You brought something. Now, you started what you did that was great too, Mendika. Is you he introduced you to the world of debates. What you started on this channel.
This is where I get pissed. Now he gonna sit up here. I mean, come on, bro. I bring a lot of people to the forefront. Actually, I'm unselfish. You see what I'm saying? I like to see other people shine, man. It's not just about JJ 7000. Watch Tehuti though.
Introduce me to the world debates. No. No. So
wow. Now I'm really getting pissed right here, man. Come on, nobody in this community knew you. You like us just like I brought the elder Patah out of the sands of Giza. back to life. I was like went into my I'm really Tehuti and Thoth when it comes to bringing some of these old guys. I go regenerate them. You hear me? I go into the halls of a Mente and regenerate some of these cats. Like Tehuti, he was an ex-Nubian, and nobody knew you, sir. Nobody. Today, to 7,000 Jedi Juice 7,000 tried taking you around with me is my understudy. You hear me? Let's keep going, man.
Can everybody hear me? JJ, can you hear us? And can Oh, okay.
You're playing games.
Mandinka, you asked me to the world of debates.
On YouTube, I guess. Mine's
Okay. So what had happened with me and Mandinka JJ at the time was a brother. I asked a brother if he could find people that talk in a box. Like I didn't know if StreamYard at the time, if they could talk in squares, right. And I would join in. So the brother had found the Lines Den, JJ, right. And so I went for an interview. So I went for an interview because he said there's some Hebrews that want to know about Kemet and Ma'at. And I said, okay, that's interesting. Right. So I went in, I had a very good interview. JJ was a very good host, very good questions that was asked, and it was an interview. There was a person there named Judah Nazareth who challenged me in the interview. Right. He challenged me to a debate. Right. And I didn't know, I was told he was the champion of that, right? Of the Lion's Den. So that's actually how it started. So he challenged me, and it was supposed to be Ma'at versus the Torah. Right. So I actually came in as a person representing Kemet and representing Ma'at, and a Hebrew brother challenged me to a debate, and that's how it started. So I didn't go to the.
That's good. That's how it started. Judah put his belt up, which I wouldn't have done for a new guy. Judah was very cocky and arrogant. I had 5 different judges from 5 different walks of life: a Christian, a Hebrew, a truth seeker, an atheist. And like 2 Hebrews and a Christian, a truth seeker, and an atheist, something like that. But yeah.
I didn't go to the Lions Den for the world of debates, or I had no interest in that. I was doing an interview, and the brother.
That ain't the question. Did I introduce you to the world of debates? And the answer is yes. Everybody knows this. Everybody. Let's keep going.
Judah Nazareth said he wanted to take me on. Right. So that's what started the debate, and I said that's fine. So that's actually what started it, and then from there, I became I was announced the champion. So I didn't come looking for.
Excuse me. That's not the question, sir. The question is, did I introduce you to the world of debates? And no matter how you got there, that's not the important part of this question. The important part, did I introduce you to the world of debates?
Debating championship. I wasn't really into that. Right. I wasn't into that. But because I beat him, he was the champion. I was the champion now. And then from there, different people were brought to me, and
I brought you different people. Yeah, I did.
Kept beating them. So it started off with the Lions Den because the brother Judah Nazareth challenged me as a champion.
Oh, look what I did. They got that Velcro Sprite. I was wondering where he was at. There he is.
That's how that started. It was an interview. Right, JJ?
And then you see how Tehuti copied my style of my hat. See, during him and I's debate, Tehuti will bring like a big ass python and a spider. So I said, that's a distraction when you're debating them. So I came with my spider hat, and it had the same exact lines as these, y'all. Watch, you gonna see? That's why I said he my student. He knew what I was, yeah. And then, I would put the hat down in the camera so y'all could focus on this colorful hat. See, that was a tactic. You'll see.
Yeah, you remember that?
Let me get the story straight. Everywhere I went, you went. If I went on Uncle West platform, I took you with me. If I went on Sarnetta's, I took you with me. If I went on Garfield channel, I took you with me. So you sit up here trying to diminish what I've done for you, and I don't like that. I don't like that too.
I'm not sure what. So for JJ has to understand that. JJ has to understand that.
Let's get past that. Y'all see what how it came about. Okay, so let's get to something else. Hold up. Let's get to the damn debate. Let me read y'all something real quick so y'all can be well informed of what's really going on. Let me see, where do I start? So that way y'all already know he playing around. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? Hold up, let me see. He playing around, y'all. So let's get to it. Share my screen. Yeah. Listen, so that way y'all already know what's going on. Let me see. Which one is it? Let's see. Hopefully the show. Share. All right. Y'all see that, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, this just don't make no damn sense. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, come on, man. All right. So, all right. Here we go. This little PDF for you. All right. So, prove that the Ptolemies did not write the New Testament. The claim that wait. Yeah. Hold up. All right. So, the claim that the Ptolemaic dynasty authored the New Testament collapsed on simple chronology, ladies and gentlemen. The timeline is off. And also historical context and manuscript evidence. Let's keep going. See, so the chronology impossibility, Tehuti. I don't know why you fool with JJ. I don't know why you sitting up here acting like you beat me. So see, the Ptolemy dynasty ruled Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE, ending with the death of Cleopatra VII and the Roman annexation of Egypt. See, now the Romans take it over. See, this is where you hear about the Romans, in the Bible. The New Testament books were composed between approximately 50 CE and 100 CE. So how in the hell can the Ptolemies write this book, ladies and gentlemen? At least 80 years after the last Ptolemy died. Paul's letter, 50 to 60 CE, Mark's letters, 65 to 70 CE, Matthew and Luke, 80 to 90 CE, John, 90 to 100 CE, and Revelations 95 CE, ladies and gentlemen, all post-date Ptolemy rule by generation. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, y'all. So, the New Testament reflects Roman imperial administration, not Ptolemy Egypt. It mentions Roman emperors, Augustus, Tiberius, Claudius, and Nero. You see what I'm saying? Romans governor, Pontius Pilate, Felix, and Festus. Romans taxation. This is what the Bible talking about. And Roman legal procedure. There is no reference to any Ptolemy king, Alexandria court official, or Ptolemy institutions. You know what I'm talking about, man? I don't know why he said up here messing with 7,000 like that, man. Come on, man. Now look at this. The linguistic and cultural setting. While both the Septuagint and New Testament use Koine Greek, the New Testament's Greek shows influence from first century Palestinian Judaism and Roman administration. What are we doing? Not third century Ptolemaic court Greeks. The author identified as Jews living under Rome administrating communities in Corinth, Ephesus, Rome, and Asia Minor, all Roman providences. You know what I'm talking about, man. I don't know what the hell going on. Now look at this. The manuscript evidence, the earliest New Testament fragments, e.g. Papyrus 52, Ryland's fragment of John, dated 125 CE, come from Rome, Egypt. Long after Ptolemy's rule, they show a text already circulated among Christians, not a royal Ptolemy production. Yeah, I don't know what Tehuti was thinking, man. Now, come on, let's keep going, man. All right. So there's a historical implausibility, y'all. The Ptolemies were a Macedonian Greek dynasty promoting Serapis and Egyptian cults. There is no evidence they sponsored Jewish Christian literature. The New Testament's central claim, the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus under who? Pontius Pilate. See what I'm saying? That is antithetical to Ptolemaic interest and chronology. So the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the Ptolemies could not have written the New Testament because they ceased to exist nearly a century before it was written. Oh, Lord. The New Testament is a product of a first century Jewish Christian writing in a Roman Empire, not of a Hellenistic dynasty that ended in 30 BCE. That's a head cutter right there, boy. Let me see what else I got for this fella. Let me see, man. I'm tired of playing games, man. Shit. All right, here we go. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this, man? Y'all see it right there. Okay, so here we go. All right, so let's get this right here. All right, so like I say, man, the timeline is off. See? Why the Ptolemies did not write the Septuagint, a synthesis of peer-reviewed scholarship and primary sources. The popular claim that the Ptolemies wrote the Septuagint confuses patronage with authorship and compresses a 2 centuries of translation process into a single oral decree. This is what they're trying to do. Peer-reviewed Septuagint scholarship demonstrates 3 facts, ladies and gentlemen. The timeline of Septuagint extends from the mid-3rd century BCE to the 1st century BCE, long after Ptolemy II. The translators, number 2, the translators were Jewish scholars, not Ptolemaic court writers. And 3, the Ptolemies commissioned, they did not compose. The extended timeline. The letter of Arterius is fake, mythologized. This is what they make a myth out of. It's a 72-day translation under Ptolemy II. Philadelphia is 285 to 247 BCE. See, look at this, man. Look at this, y'all. Modern textual criticism show this is impossible. Y'all see that? The Pentateuch was likely translated in the mid-3rd century BCE, but the prophets were rendered in the 2nd century BCE and the writings as late as the 1st century BCE. Emmanuel Taub, in the text critical use of the Septuagint, 1997, Brill demonstrates linguistic stratification. The Greek of Leviticus differ markedly from Isaiah, indicating different translators and errors. Karen Jobs and Moses Silva, Invitation to the Septuagint, 2015, Baker Academics. Tehuti never brings any sources when I replay this debate. Summarize the consciousness. The Septuagint is not a unity, but a collection spanning 200 years. This timeline also disproved Ptolemaic authorship. Ptolemy II died in 246 BCE. He could not have overseen translations compiled under Ptolemy VIII or later. I'm talking about, man. I don't know what the hell Tehuti doing. Ptolemaic patriarchs versus Jewish authorship. All right. Ancient sources are clear. The work was done by Jews. Now, this fake letter describes 72 elders brought from Jerusalem. The letter Aristeas from Jerusalem, expert in Hebrew law. While the letter is a pseudographical, its core claim, Jewish translators, this is a core claim of this fake letter, is confirmed by the translation Hebrewism and exegetical choices. Sidney Gelusius, The Septuagint and Modern Study, 1968, Oxford, notes the translator profound familiarity with Palestinian halakha absent in Greek court circles. I mean, this is, come on, man. See? No Ptolemaic royal decree, papyrus, or inscription claimed the king authored scripture. Ptolemaic administrative documents from the Zenon archive detailed economic matters. You see what I'm saying? When he's talking about this council of Ptolemy, not literary composition. The Ptolemies funded the library. They did not write its contents. So you have peer-reviewed consensus, multiple peer-reviewed studies coverage. You have Sylvie Hanegam, Septuagint, and Homeric Scholarship, 2003, Cambridge, argue that Aristeas' narrative models Homeric textual criticism, showing The translation was a Jewish scholarly enterprise framed for Greek audience, not royal composition. Here goes some more, y'all. Tehuti translation in Survival 2009, Oxford, demonstrates that the translators worked within Jewish diaspora community, preserving Hebrew theology while adapting to Greek. Let's keep going. Jane Vanderkam, The Dead Sea Scrolls in the Bible 2012. Edelman's shows Septuagint variants aligned with Hebrew text from Qumran, providing translators work from Hebrew Vulgarian, Vorlagen, not Ptolemaic invention. Because this is the story that Reggie, Chris Harris, and Tehuti was saying at the time. Why even mess with the Bible when it was written by Greeks? So the argument really started with me and Reggie. See, these scholars agree Ptolemies provided political context, not textual authorship. See that? So why do timeline matters, ladies and gentlemen? Why do timeline matters? Conflating Ptolemy II with the entire Septuagint creation and anachronism that obscure Jewish intellectual agency. It suggests Greeks created Jewish scripture when the evidence shows Jews used Greeks to preserve their transition under Hellenistic rule. Recognize the extent timeline restores agency to the translators and clarifies that patronage is not authorship. So, the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the Ptolemies did not write the Septuagint. They may have funded or welcomed a Greek Torah in the 3rd century BCE, but the translation was executed by Jewish scholars over 2 centuries, as demonstrated by linguistic stratification, manuscript evidence, and the consensus of contemporary Septuagint scholars. The timeline is off because the project was not a single Ptolemaic act, but a long Jewish diaspora endeavor. So we got select peer-reviewed sources, and there it is right there. Emmanuel Todd, The Text Critical Use of the Septuagint in Biblical Research, 3rd edition, Brill, 2015. You got Karen H. Jobs and Moses Silva, Invitation to the Septuagint, 2nd edition, Baker Academic, 2015. Sylvie Hannigan, The Septuagint and Homeric Scholarship in Alexandria, Cambridge University Press, 2003. Y'all get the picture. All right, let's see. Hold on. I want to just show y'all that before we even get to the meat and potatoes. All right. So, Tehuti, let me share this tab instead. Make sure y'all can see this. Let me pop back up. Let me see. We're not playing with y'all. All right. So, there we go. Right here. Some questions for you, Tehuti. Okay. So the claim that the Ptolemy dynasty authored Jewish and Christian scriptures persists in popular discourse despite unanimous scholarly rejection. This confirmation draws the work of Emmanuel Todd, Karen Jobs, Moses Silva, Sylvia Hannigan, Tess Rajak, Sidney Jellicoe, Bart Ehrman, Wayne Meeks, and Eric Gruen to demonstrate that the timeline, authorship, and historical context makes Ptolemaic composition impossible. The Septuagint was a Jewish translation project spanning 2 centuries. The New Testament was composed under Roman rule 80 years after the last Ptolemy died. This document presents 20 diagnostic questions, 20 debunking reasons, detailed scholarly analysis, and 500-word conclusion. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep going, man. I don't know why Tehuti come over messing with these good people in lines. What the hell's going on? Uh-oh. All right. Okay, hold up. All right. So here's some questions, Tehuti, that you're going to need to kind of deal with, sir. All right. How could the Ptolemies extinct in 30 BCE author text dated 50 to 100 CE, Tehuti? Make it make sense. Paleography and historical references placed all New Testament books in the mid to late 1st century CE. The Ptolemaic dynasty ended with Cleopatra the 7th's death. An 80-year gap cannot be bridged without invoking time travel. You gonna get out here and talk about you got caught in all kinds of lies in the debate. Why does the New Testament name Roman empires but never Ptolemies? Anybody ever thought about that? Because Luke 2:1 mentions Augustus. Luke 3:1 names Tiberius. Not Ptolemy. No Ptolemy appears. Not one. So if Ptolemies authored the text, their own dynasty would be featured primarily. Why are Roman governors central, Tehuti? Pontius Pilate, Felix, Festus appear repeatedly. These are Roman administrative figures unknown under Ptolemies. How about this? Why do the earliest papyri come from the Roman Egypt? P52 C.125 CE and P46 C.200 CE reflect Roman era bookhands, not 3rd century BCE scripts. This is bad. Where is Ptolemaic administrative language? The New Testament contains Latin loanwords like census and praetorium, absent from Ptolemaic Greek. See what I'm saying? Why would Serapis promoters write a monotheistic scripture? Huh? Ptolemies promoted syncretic, how do you say it? Syncretic cults. The New Testament strict monotheism contradicts the religious policy. Why address Corinth in Rome? Paul letters target Roman providence established after Ptolemy's fall. How do you explain the temple destruction reference? Mark 13 refers to 70 CE destruction, a century after Ptolemy's. Ain't this bad, y'all? Let's keep going. Why attribute to apostles? Papias and Irenaeus writing 100 and 100 CE name first century authors, not Hellenistic kings. Where is Ptolemy's papyrus evidence? No Zion archive document mentions Christian texts. See what I'm saying? How explain Semitic idioms? New Testament Greek reflects Aramaic influence from the first century Palestine. Why cite Roman rulership? Acts 22-28 is meaningless under Ptolemies. Why Roman roads and taxation, Tehuti? The census in Luke matches Roman, not Ptolemaic practice. How reconciles with quorum? New Testament theology, post-date quorum, sectarianism. See what I'm talking about? Why prophecy on extinction? A Ptolemaic author would not write as if their dynasty were gone. See what I'm saying? Where are the court historians? Manetho and others never mention Jesus. Why critique emperor worship? Revelations targets Domitian, not Ptolemies. See? You're in some goddamn trouble. Why increase variance later? Textual criticism showed expansion in the second, third century CE. Why Roman persecution? Tactius and Pliny record Roman, not Ptolemaic persecution. See that, y'all? How allow consensus dating? All critical scholars date New Testament to 50 to 100 CE. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing to? You should know better than this. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Oh, let's keep going. All right. So the chronology, Ptolemies ended 30 BCE. The New Testament starts. Look at this, 30 BCE. The New Testament starts 50 CE. Expand analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source, reinforcing the impossibility of a Ptolemaic composition. The political context, Roman bureaucracy dominates the New Testament narrative. Expanded analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source, reinforcing the impossibility of a Ptolemaic composition. Manuscripts, earliest fragments are Roman era. See what I'm talking about? Expanded analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source, reinforce the impossibility of a Ptolemaic composition. The language, Latinism, prove Roman date. Expanded analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source, reinforces the impossibility of the Ptolemy's composition. How about the geographic? Pauline mission to Roman providences. Why ain't he going to the Greek providences? Expanded analysis show each point in line with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source, reinforcing the impossibility of Ptolemaic composition. Theology, post-temple Judaism reflected. Expanded analysis show each point in line with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source, reinforcing once again the impossibility of a Ptolemaic composition. Pastoral testimony, unanimous first century attribution. And y'all see what I mean? We can keep going. Archaeology, no Ptolemaic Christian artifacts. Where they at, Tehuti? Come on, man. Josephus writes under a myth, not history. Tav, linguistic layers rule out single authorship. Expanded analysis show each point in line with peer-reviewed consensus. Rajak, Jewish agency, not royal. Expanded analysis show each point in line with peer-reviewed consensus and primary sources, reinforces the impossibility of a Ptolemaic composition. Let's keep going. This is all you got to think about, dude. You're going to, when I see you over there on the Killer Priest, you're going to be in some trouble, like you wasn't in the debate. Expanded analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus. The Tacticus Annals 15.54 places Christians under Nero. Coin match New Testament emperor's name. Oh, man. Extended analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source evidence, reinforces the impossibility of a Ptolemaic composition. Acts legal procedure is Roman. Extended analysis show each point aligns with peer-reviewed consensus and primary source evidence, reinforces the impossibility. Meeks under Roman Christianity. Ptolemaic religion incompatible, right? No peer-reviewed support for Ptolemaic New Testament. Occam's razor favors Roman era authorship. Y'all get the point. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing? So let's go to the scholarly analysis, Tehuti. Let's go to the scholarly analysis. So, Emmanuel Tobb's stratification method applied to the Septuagint revealed multiple translation schools. Sylvie Honegham's deconstruction of Arterius demonstrates that the Ptolemaic patrons was a literary device. Tessa Rajak's Disperia model explains why Jews translated, not why kings composed. Bart Ehrman's historical introduction places the New Testament firmly in Flavian's period. These scholars independently converged on the same conclusion. Patronage is not authorship, and chronology precludes Ptolemaic involvement. Emmanuel Tobb's stratification method applied to a Septuagint reveals multiple translation schools. You see? Okay. Okay, I read that. Yeah, so I mean, come on, man. Y'all get the picture. Let's do one more. We're gonna get to this. I just wanted to show y'all that. See, that show this one. Let's see. Did I show this one? I think yeah, I did that one. Okay, I did that one. Okay, hold up. Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. I got one more to show you. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I read you those. All right. So now that y'all know all this and that Tehuti was just making stuff up, here's a little clip of some of the ass whooping. Here you go. Let me see. Can y'all see that? All right. Testing. Hold up. Come on, man. All right, hold up. So. Oh, man. Hold up. All right. Let's see. Hi. And stage. Hold up. All right. Y'all see that? Come on, man. What the hell? Oh, I can't see. Oh, there we go. All right, we're back. Yeah, so as I can see, a lot of stuff didn't line up. So let's just get to it. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah. Having technical problem. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, come on in, y'all. Here we go. We're back. Now, y'all seen all the evidence I showed Tehuti? Yeah. All right, so let's get to the debate. Let's get to the debate, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, let me put you up here. You know how the lines in, how we did Tehuti. Yeah. So I already told him how you told me that letter was fake. He said, JJ, what you arguing about that letter for, man? He said, that's fake. You know, I look it up. Oh, wow, it is fake. So let's get to this. Yeah. Share screen. Yeah, I should be in Israel from D-Town, Detroit. Building. The red man. All right, here we go. I'm gonna push the red man and all that. So let's see where we're at. Look up. Look at it.
To prove your case, right?
Is that I'm unmuted. What I have is the actual Septuagint writings itself in Greek, found in an area that Greeks controlled under a Greek ruler and a library that was controlled by Greeks. No evidence whatsoever of anyone else being involved other than Greeks. That's all we have in history. Everything else is conjecture.
Is the letter, right? So in that letter, once again, Tehuti, who do it?
Hold up. I will show you how
Okay.
to
Get it.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your 10 minutes will start when your first question ends.
All right. Tehuti, can you show me any Greek scribes or scholars who put this work together? Can you show me that? I didn't hear him. You say no?
No, I cannot show you any scribe.
Look at that. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, why are you wasting? But there you can debate over.
Okay.
I cannot.
All right, see, I heard that. All right, let's get to it. See, you can't even show it, man. What you doing up here with me? All right, here we go. Let's get to it.
Listen to me.
Boy.
Huh? Is it going to
Okay. You see my hat? Man, see, now y'all see my hat with the little line out to Tehuti when I got him one. See, this my dead spider. This to distract him. See how you get that Velcro spider right there? It's for distraction. Let's keep going.
Is making his first comeback after the 2 to 3 years layoff of the COVID stuff. We're going to be live. We're going to be going.
Look at Tehuti. Got the little snake going around, little spider on his cap. You know, so you see, that's a distraction, y'all. You see how I got my hat on the camera? I know what I'm doing. Tehuti slick. I knew I was in the ring with a magician.
Going to be open to the public. The debate, I got y'all. JJ, is that debate going to be fire, JJ?
Let's get that.
When is this Septuagint?
Man, the time will start when you start.
Okay, so can you hear me?
I'll hear you. You ready?
Yes, and I'd like to start also with a screen share.
Okay.
All right.
Get your screen share up.
Okay.
Yeah, you might get a lot of noise, brother.
I don't know. You know what? Let me put in my actual podcast mic. Maybe that will cut it down. Let's see. Let's see how that will work.
Okay, he already heard. He said he ain't got no proof of none of this. So yeah, see, this is why he lost.
Okay. So, how's any difference at all?
That's a lot better.
Okay, great. That's the actual podcast.
Okay.
Mic.
All you got to do is say you ready, and then your screen is up. Just tell me you ready.
Okay. Okay, I am ready.
Your screen is up.
Okay, beautiful. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Peace from up within her, and my name is more familiar. On everybody to always keep the subject matter in mind on the screen. You will see the actual subject matter. None of these words will be changed. This topic, debate, discussion is based on these exact words. Was the Septuagint put together by the Ptolemies or the Hebrew? What JJ would need to show and prove is this. He would need historical evidence that a group council of people that called themselves Hebrews gathered the books of Genesis all the way to Malachi, or just the laws around 287 BC, which is the date of the book that became known as the Septuagint. These Hebrews translated their sacred text into Greeks and gave it the Greek name Septuagint. JJ would have to explain why, with the primary source, why they, the Hebrews, called it the Septuagint. So again, we're here to establish who put it together. Was it the Ptolemies or the Hebrews? I also want to show how this conversation actually got started.
Hold up, man.
I simply asked
I
the
told
brother
you,
JJ.
Tehuti magician. I got dang it. You know damn well that this whole debate supposed to be about. You said that the Greeks wrote the Bible. Now see, they get to the see. I love you, Tehuti. Goddamn, man. Shit. now, who put it together? I mean, come on, man. You know, put nothing together. You said that's the argument, and that's just what it is, y'all. So I want y'all to know this for the new people that's watching. Who put it together?
Hey, could you show proof that the Hebrews put this together?
Who slapped the book together? Like, who printed it out? Man, come on, man. You know what you said.
I'll play something quickly to show everybody that conversation.
The question, appreciate it. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Oh, come on.
First off, and my question, my turn. I'm going to show the answer, and then ask for the same in return from the Hebrew side. Would you say that's fair, JJ?
Hey, man, damn mute.
That would be fair.
So JJ acknowledged that would be fair, and it led to this conversation here.
Hold on. One second, please. One second, please. I'm going to let caller come in. No. Don't get off. We made an agreement. We made an agreement.
Let's keep going.
We made an agreement. What is it? We made an agreement. The agreement was if I showed my source from where the Septuagint was to come from the Greek side.
Did y'all hear that? He said that is his source. Hold up. That is his source. Y'all heard him. He's using a fake letter and saying that is his source. Source to this debate. You said this is your source right here. Told you. I knew you said that.
You agree. Please, brother. I'm asking you to listen, man. Then you can You agree that after I showed that, you would show the source from the Hebrew side. Did you not say that, Senator?
That's his source. A fake letter, y'all.
Okay. So therefore.
Dude, you said that's your source. I knew you said that. You tried to deny that. You said, if I show my source, here you go. Listen again, y'all. Watch this.
We made an agreement.
You right. Man, come on, man. You know what you said. Watch this.
I'll play something quickly to show everybody that conversation.
The question, appreciate it. Okay. Let him answer. Okay, wonderful. So first off, thank you for the question. Appreciate the question. And my turn. I'm going to show the answer, and then ask for the same in return from the Hebrew side. Would you say that's fair, JJ? That would be fair.
So JJ acknowledged that would be fair, and it led to this conversation here.
Hold on.
Watch this.
One second, please. One second, please. I'm going to let caller come in. No. Don't get off. We made an agreement. We made an agreement. We made an agreement. What is it? We made an agreement. The agreement was if I showed my source.
Bam. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. He's using a fake letter as his source. And he brung this fake letter. At the time, I didn't know it was fake. So I'm like, well, damn. In your sources say that the 72 elders wrote it. And that's when Yasha told me after the show, JJ, why are you arguing about that letter? That letter is fake. You said that was your source. Debate's over.
Where the Septuagint was to come from the Greek side. You agree. Please, brother. I'm asking you to listen, man. Then you can you agreed that after I showed that, you would show us from the Hebrew side. Did you not say that, Senator? Okay. So therefore, if you could, well, I know you're not in the room right now, but could you give us?
Hey, like when Tehuti first started off, right, man, that spider used to move. Now, I don't know what did happen, but I think he done Velcroed it on there, man. That sucker ain't moved in months. This guy had the spider in the same spot just a couple weeks before the debate, right? When we get to the debate, this goddamn spider ain't moved, y'all. You hear me? Tehuti done Velcroed it on there.
That we can look up.
You know, shit. Hey, you know, I don't know what happened to the death of the spider. I know the snake got mad about it though and bit Tehuti. You see. I told Tehuti, and then right after Tehuti get bit, right, he come back with a bigger python on the next. I said, "This damn Tehuti crazy, man." Hey, Tehuti got alligators. Hey, for real talk. Tehuti got alligators and shit in his house, man. Tehuti, don't fuck around with Tehuti, man. Try to tell you, that's my brother though.
That shows ancient Hebrews saying where the Septuagint came from. Okay, even acknowledging. Okay.
So this led to the conversations.
Yes, it led to the conversation. You said that letter was your source. Everybody just heard it. I played it twice. You brought a fake letter to the debate. Here we go.
And let me take it off of the screen share. Here. Boom, where's the screen? Sonetta. Okay. So this is what started the conversation. I'm not sure what prior conversation JJ had with other people, but our conversation started off by JJ coming in and challenging me with me saying that according to the Greeks, here's where they said the Septuagint came from. Not that I believe it, but it's according to them.
So why would you bring it? And then you said that was your source.
And there is no ancient Hebrew story of where the Septuagint came from. The ancient Hebrews do not have any acknowledgement that this actually happened. So this is my step. What is it? Is that time?
That's time. That's the time.
Okay, no problem.
All right, put your joint on mute when you're not talking, brother.
Okay.
All right, brother JJ, he took 4 minutes in his opening round. You got 4 minutes if you need 4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's on you, my brother, to let me know when you're ready to start. The time will start.
We're going to start right now.
All right, time starts.
Now, see, Tehuti, they don't call him a magician for nothing. All right? Now, the whole basic of this whole conversation was when people was coming on this platform saying Greeks wrote the Bible. Greeks wrote the Old Testament. Greeks wrote the New Testament. So what Tehuti's going to have to show and prove, he's going to have to show me a group of Greek scholars, a group of Greeks, scribes that got together and translated the Hebrew over to Greek. Because he's saying they wrote it. Really, if they wrote it, they wouldn't even need Hebrews. If they wrote it, what they need Hebrews to translate it for? And then you said that was your source, the so-called letter of...
Yeah, I did catch him. He said that was his source. A fake letter. Pay attention.
Aristeas. Let me share my screen, Sonetta. Let me share my screen with his source real quick. Stop my time. Hold up. All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead. All right, sir. All right. This is the letter that he's using, talking about this is his source. A pseudo figure for letter. The pseudo of Aristeas. The so-called letter of Aristeas is a forgery to Tehuti. You cannot bring forgery letters to a debate and say that's your source. This is coming from Josephus of the Antiquities, number 12. It ascribes to Aristeas a letter ascribing the Greek translation of the Old Testament to 76 interpreters sent into Egypt from Jerusalem at the request of the librarian of Alexandria, resulting into the Septuagint Bible. Y'all see what they got right there? And highlighted, it says early psychological analysis proved this letter was a forgery. So but Tehuti, even if you use this letter,
This letter is saying that Israelites translated the Hebrew into Greek. So either way you go, you don't have nowhere to go. You're gonna have to come to this debate proving Greek scholars sat down and wrote this without any Hebrew help, because that is what you're saying. Now let me get into this a little bit about the Septuagint. Let me stop sharing my screen real quick. All right, what is the Septuagint? Let's explore the truthfulness and reliability of the 66 books of the Bible. You know, the Most High Yah special revelation. Let's start with the Greek. Yeah, okay, the translation of the Old Testament, which is commonly referred to as the Septuagint. What is the Septuagint? This is the starting point that we must ask. What is the it? There's a number of ways we can come at this type of question. For most non-specialists, lay people, and even pastors and scholars who have background in biblical studies, they tend to use the term the Septuagint in a very broad way. See, I'm here to straighten that out. I think scholars at least show some recognition of when they talk about it. They basically know what they're talking about when they talk about the Septuagint, but don't always clarify themselves in very precise terms. And one of the consequences is that when the scholars read about the Septuagint, things can go unsaid and can lead to assumptions, like what Tehuti's doing with his letter. I can't believe he said that is his source, because even your letters say Israelites wrote it. So if you're going to use that letter, be my guest, but you're going to get mocked through this whole debate with that letter. But if you ain't going to use that letter, Tehuti, I need to see you bring some Greek scribes, scholars who didn't have no Israelite help and wrote this damn Septuagint. How much time I got, sir? 4 seconds. With that being said, let's get this debate going. Oh, I can't hear you, sir. God damn, I can't hear you.
Now, yeah, I seen all the information I read in the beginning. Right, yeah, right, and Yasha. Now, then he said that was his source, this letter. But later on during the debate, he said he wasn't his source. You can't bring a fake source to the debate.
You hear me?
All right, brother Tehuti, I hear you. JJ, mute yourself. Unshare your screen, JJ.
Yep.
And brother Tehuti, you got 15 minutes in your first round. Let me know when you're ready, Tehuti.
Okay. Awesome.
I got you on mute for a minute, Tehuti. For any reason you need me to stop the clock, like JJ said, yo, sorry, hold the time for a minute, and I'll stop the clock till you find what you got to find. Right now, go ahead, Tehuti. You got 15 minutes in this round.
So he thought he tricked me. Oh, poor JJ. He fell for my trick. No, I didn't. Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
Beautiful. Let me let me do a screen share. This is awesome. Thank you, JJ, for verifying my point. Let me go ahead and do a screen share here.
Anybody verifying no damn point?
And there we go. Let's see. JJ, my brother fell for the trap. Okay, so
you ready, Tehuti?
Oh yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's coming up. Time starts.
And the only one we have. Do you have a Hebrew source? Okay. Is it my turn to speak? It's your turn to show the Hebrews. It's your turn to show the Hebrew source as we agreed. Okay, hold up, so we got to evaluate what you read there. Now you should show me. What do you say about motion?
Okay, let us begin.
See, Tehuti, you can't be bringing on the muffled audio when you come to debate with the people's champ, man. God damn.
Truly begin what is actually happening here. So, my teachings and what I teach the people is that the Septuagint is sourced back to the Ptolemies, and there's no other source that it goes back to. There's no other culture. I'm not claiming the Ptolemies translated anything. I'm not saying the letter of Aristides is true. I'm saying
see. I mean, I don't even know what you show up for the debate for. You know the damn argument. So you said that you, Reggie, Chris Harris was on a warpath. Yeah, I mean, why you guys even read the Bible? It's written by Greeks. I said, well, wait a minute. They had Hebrew manuscripts. Stuff out before the Greeks he wasn't around. What are you talking about? No, they wrote the Bible. Oh, okay. That is the topic, y'all. Now Tehuti did slipped in on the snake, goddamn, with the dead spider Velcro to that goddamn Wizard of Oz hat. Now he trying to be slick. I love you though, Tehuti. You my brother. You have to cut this out when you get in front of the people's chat.
The Ptolemies made this up. This is something that only sources back to the Ptolemies. It doesn't source back anywhere else. Let's take a look at what the actual Septuagint is. Okay, so being composite work, the translation process of the ancient Septuagint has several distinct stages, shifting from Hellenistic Judaism, Christian adopted.
Now remember, y'all, all the Ptolemies was dead. They didn't start dealing with the New Testament with 50 CE. Ptolemy was gone around 30 CE. Let's keep going.
3rd century BC to 132 BC. The Septuagint derives from the Latin Septuagint Interpretum, translation of the 70 interpreters. Legendary account. It's a legendary account where this came from the pseudepigrapha letter of Aristides to translate the Torah. Just
remember the Latins is Roman talk. Italy. Let's go. Not no damn Greek.
Torah. Now, no, the story is only coming from Greek legendary account. The account is from the Greek pseudepigrapha letter of Aristides, who JJ himself admits is a fake letter. This is what I trapped JJ into.
What the hell you bringing it up for? I didn't bring it up. You brought it up. See, that's a straw man argument, ladies and gentlemen. Now see, I already knew. See, well, how you bringing this letter? I didn't bring the shit up. You did. What the hell going on, man? Nigga, bro. You broke it down. Come on. Come on. You see right here? Source. This ain't a source right here, man. This is copy and paste. You see where right here say, see, and then you get this over here post. See, I'm just critiquing, man. See, because I mean, you can't get in front of the people with some scribble scrap. I mean, this right here is unacceptable, Tehuti. I mean, come on, man.
He opened up his introduction acknowledging exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying the letter of Aristides is fake. I don't believe in the letter of Aristides. I don't believe in the Ptolemaic story. It's a made up story. What we do know for a historical archaeological fact is that the Septuagint, the LXX, and those books in Greek go back to the Alexandrian Council. The story of how they came to be and who was the actual writer is unknown, but we do know it was put together by the Alexandrian Council because that is the only place it traces to. Also note this account says only the Torah or the Pentateuch was translated, not Genesis to Malachi. Thus again, there is no account.
We gotta be ashamed because ain't no goddamn, hey everybody, ain't no goddamn Alexandrian Council. Hey, I caught him up on that in the debate too. You hear me? Hey, during the debate, my counsel called me. You know that, hey JJ, you know this. Hey, you know, ain't no such thing to Alexandrian Council. I said, what? Yeah, man. Y'all should be there. I'm gonna let the cat out the bag. He called me, told me. I said, well, goddamn. Capitalize on that. As soon as I heard it, I said, okay, this is what we doing in the debate, Tehuti. Let's keep it going.
Of where this entire Bible comes from, by any primary Hebrew source whatsoever. This is the letter of Aristides, which is not what I believe in, but in the letter of Aristides, the Ptolemy asks to write the Torah for me, no other book. I do not believe this story.
So that's why I'm confused. So why did you, if you don't believe it, I know it's fake. Why we even waste time talking about this right here? I'm gonna show you the paper trail of how they kept the language preserved and all that. You know, Your job was to present how the Greeks. You said the Greeks wrote the Old Testament, New Testament. They were the originators, y'all. Wasn't no documents before them, y'all. See, that's what they trying to say. It was Chris Harris. When I really get Chris Harris tried to jump on the band, right? Really was Reggie. Then you know how Chris Harris is. He always try to jump in. You know what I mean? You know how he do. You know, and it was really Reggie and Tehuti saying that. Let's keep going.
I do, and I will say this again. I do not believe the story. Why? Because just as JJ says, the letter of Aristes is filled with mistakes.
Right.
Even in the Associates Biblical Research themselves say the story is unreliable.
Right.
That it was embellished. The story states there should be.
So why are we talking about it? Why are we talking about it, y'all? Now you got to ask yourself that. Why are we talking about this letter of Aristes? Why? You don't believe it? I know it's a fraud. You're wasting 5 minutes of your talk time talking about a letter that you and I both don't agree on. But you brought it to the debate, not me.
Be a curse placed on anyone that adds to the work, yet we see the Bible full of changes and no curse. This is happening to anybody. Yeah. From Genesis all the way, several known historical.
Just for y'all, new people out there. Just when I was in my Hebrew Israelite bag, you know what I'm saying? This is like maybe 3 years old. I'm going to show you how that the Greeks was one who wrote this Bible, y'all. It was early manuscripts. Damn. Hold up, y'all. I apologize. Excuse me. Well, you're right, LDR, right? You're right. I mean, come on, man. Oh, there you go.
In the Encyclopedia Britannica, the letter of Aristes, as it says right here, is unreliable. It's from a legend.
I mean, hey, what we doing? I already made my, you know what I'm saying? I made my point on it. I don't believe it either. But during the preliminaries, you brought it up. It said it was 72 elders, the Hebrew Israelite elders that wrote the Septuagint, right? And I'm like, okay. I mean, bro, but this shit ain't real. Actually, when he was reading it to me, when I first heard about it, when he read it, and I was like, well, damn, but say right there, 72 goddamn elders wrote it. What you talking about? But then I had to go. Then Yasha Ben Israel behind the scenes said, "Hey, that shit ain't real either." He said, "This shit ain't real." I looked it up. I was like, "God damn, it is fake." So what the hell is Tehuti doing? I mean, shit, this ain't. You brought it up. I'm like, bro. I mean, when the letter is saying they did it. So I mean, what's your argument? So I went back to the lab and they were like, "Yeah, bro, shit, that shit right there ain't real." They say, I said, "What?" I looked it up and said, "Fried." I said, "Well, I hope you don't bring this to the goddamn debate because this ain't even my argument. This is." But Tehuti like, okay, well, if this letter ain't real, then prove that the Israelites did the work of putting it together, right? like translating and all that. You know, you have to know if the original documents is in Hebrew. Somebody had to break it down. Somebody had to know Hebrew and Greek. I don't know Greek. Greeks that knew ancient Hebrew first. I mean, see, so that was my argument.
Research, associates for research, it's unreliable.
Yeah.
The Septuagint over here in Septuagint.net says it goes back to the letter of Aristides, which is only believed. This story is a believed, unreliable legend. I am knocking out the letter of Aristides. I don't believe in the letter.
See, Tehuti, he didn't know that I found out that the letter was fake after we did our preliminary. So he expected me to come to the debate defending this letter. But look, everybody, you see what it said? It said right here, 72 Israelites wrote it. You know, they all got separated and went to the room and came up with their own conclusion. See, I didn't do that. This is why this is his first round. You see, he was expecting me to come. He expected me to come in and defending this shit. He already got his wall. Remember, he went first. So he already got his wall up. Yeah. He didn't say that, thinking I'm gonna come in here and say this and that. I'm already prepared for the goddamn letter. Let's keep it moving.
Letter of Aristides. It is called Pseudepigrapha, and it is completely unreliable. Okay. Errors in the letter of Aristides. His historical statements about the time of Philadelphia are unreliable.
Yeah, he wasting a whole round talking about a letter that I don't even believe in. Automatically I get this round right here, Tehuti. As we go back and look, then Tehuti, you can't be by Tehuti. Come on, man. You gotta have real sources and references. They're talking about some by Tehuti.
In verse 180 of his letter, he changes Philadelphus to defeat the cause in a victory, and to defeat the cause into a victory. He does not know Demetrius was banished on the accession of Philadelphus, nor the letters of marriage. He transplants the philosopher Mendemus arbitrarily to the court of Ptolemies. This letter is full of errors. I don't believe it. What I am saying is this: there are.
I don't believe it either, Tehuti. I established that in my opening, sir. What are you doing? I told you, I'm a different animal, bro. These guys be thinking they prepared for me to get in the ring with me. I'm gonna say this first. Look. Tehuti tried to trick me. Get me to argue about this damn fake ass letter. That's what he did. And actually, because when I was like, well, damn, what's wrong with this nigga? It stay right. Look. I went back to the den. Like, what's wrong with this nigga? I said, man, this nigga that came up here, this Negroes that came up here. And then they got the letter right in his face and say 72 wrote it. They're like, JD, Joshua, like, that shit ain't real. I said, what you talking about? I went and looked it up. I was like, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna come to the debate. Oh, but this nigga, don't bring that shit up in here, man. Because I don't, bro.
Many Europeans that put together books, such as Joseph Smith. Does the book exist? Yes. The book exists. Does the story of Joseph Smith?
Now they talking about Joseph Smith, y'all. So you fuck me up here. This letter of Aristides is not real. But here's the real reason why I say the Greeks wrote the original Bible, y'all. Because I got these ancient documents. You see what I'm saying, y'all? He ain't do that. Now he talking about some old John Smith. See, that's what I told y'all. So y'all can't be getting in front of me with this type of madness, man.
Is it true? No, it is not true. Does the Book of Mormon exist, and does it go back to Joseph Smith? Yes. But just like the Septuagint, all of history agrees that the book itself, the actual physical papers itself, trace back to the Ptolemies and Alexandria. That is undisputed in all of archaeological history. Even by biblical believers, Jewish websites, no one denies that it goes back to Alexandria and to the Ptolemies, as the Book of Mormons and Charles Taze Russell's books trace back to them also. It is the claimed embellished story that follows that is made up to make the book ordained or divinely inspired that is false. If the Ptolemies don't add the 72 elders to their story, it loses divinity, validity, and all research shows that it's legend flawed. Again, I ask, where is the Hebrew, the ancient Hebrew account that must date back to 287 BC, which is the origin date of the Septuagint? Where is the Hebrew account of a group of Hebrews, or as JJ would say,
there's no Council of Alexandria in 287 BC, brother. The only Council of Alexandria came was it 321 B, was it 286 AD or something like that? And guess what? They wasn't putting no goddamn on Bible together. They were talking about city codes and street codes and things of that nature. I bring that out in the debate too, ladies and gentlemen. Spoilers.
Black Hebrews, because the European ones are fake. Where are the Black Hebrews in 287 BC?
Now we talking about who put the book together. Now Tehuti over here talking about some goddamn where the Black Hebrews. I mean, God damn. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Come on, man. We got some. I give you the benefit of the doubt because it was 3 years ago. Tehuti didn't tighten up a little bit,
A group of books from Genesis to Malachi, putting them together and then calling it the Septuagint or the LXX. That's the debate topic of which there is no Hebrew indigenous account of. No Hebrew indigenous account of. It is up to JJ to show the Hebrew indigenous account.
Genesis Malachi, that's the Old Testament, Tehuti. I mean, come on, man. What the hell going on?
Of which he has none. He agrees the letter is fake. Okay. Again, JJ must show a primary source.
All these guys I debate, they love putting my name in their sources. This is how they made this up, y'all. See, look at it. Once again, JJ. Well, where you get that source from with my name in it? They like JJ. Man, come on.
Reference from ancient Hebrew stating themselves that dates to the time of the event, that they, the Hebrews, took their Hebrew books from Genesis to Malachi and turned them into Greek. This would be a major historical event and change in Hebrew, a change in Hebrew tradition that could only be permitted by the highest priestly authority, documented authority, and recorded of such an act. I asked JJ repeatedly, where is the ancient Hebrew story of this? And he consistently says, I don't have it right now. We'll see if he has that document today. That's all we should be looking for from him. Anything else is just deflection. Okay? So we have examples of your...
about a whole 10 of your 15-minute letter that we know both is fake. So you should just do that out the goddamn window. You been giving us something else. First round 7,000. I ain't even win yet.
Doing this throughout time, such as the Council of Nicaea, who decided which books would be canon in the Bible, what the belief of Jesus would be. This is one of the many councils that put together.
Now ain't talking about a whole nother council, y'all. You know what I'm saying, man? Come on, man.
Not that they were the scribes. JJ is focusing on who wrote it. In this debate, has nothing to do with the word wrote. It has nothing to do with who wrote anything. It's who put it together.
I told you he didn't try to do the hecker. No, you know god dang on well what the original argument was, bro. You, Reggie, Chris Harris, Jabbar, all y'all was saying it, bro. So come on, man.
They want people to believe, ladies and gentlemen. Please note the title of this debate, which I will continuously reiterate, is: did the Ptolemies put together the Septuagint, or did the Hebrews put it together? We have absolutely no historical record of any Hebrew council putting together anything called the Septuagint. We are waiting to see JJ present a source for such a council and an event in history.
Remember,
here is an example in the Bible.
Now remember, he said the Council of Alexandria. The Council of Alexandria. There is no Council of Alexandria in 287 BC, y'all. So now what you gonna do? I mean, come on, man. Did you buy the bad as that shoe with all this goddamn copy of space? I mean, you don't put all this together on one little organization. Come on, man. You gotta I would have put this on one thing together, and then you want to read from this. I mean, come on, Tehuti.
All throughout the Bible, of councils, when there's important events, things to be written, people to be fought, they have.
See, Tehuti good at the comedic stuff. See, now you over my lane over here. And see, and this is not how This is not how good Christians and the Hebrew Israelites do this. You just don't smack all this up together on one goddamn screen, man. Shit, how we supposed to? I mean, come on. I mean, is it precepts? I mean, what are we doing?
Councils. Here are different records of councils. Judah and their council.
And now you want to go on to kill and get the different councils. Man, we talk about your council. You said, God dang it, the council of Alexandria did it. All the other councils, it ain't even relevant.
Psalm 68:27. Now the chief priest and the whole council kept trying to obtain false testimony. There's a council. Matthew 12:14. They held a council. He brought the priests of Levites and gathered them together, but they had commanded them to go aside of the council. As we can see, there are many references in Israelite stories of themselves stating that they hold councils. Where is the first-hand Hebrew account of one of the most important sacred traditional changes, taking holy books of Yah, written in the holy language, Lashon Kadush, for the first time in over 1,000 years?
This is the question. Written in the holy language, brother. I'm going to show you the holy language and what some of these books was written in. You hear me? I don't know. You up here messing with these good people. The Lions Den. I mean, you was probably Lions Den. See, Tehuti used to be a speaker for the New Wabians back in the day. So I don't really think he was a debater. So when he came across what's that brother? Hati Ma'at brought him to the Lions Den. You know, he was just like a speaker type person. See, he started studying my tapes. You know, seeing how, you know, my mannerisms, the way I, you know, shut people down. You know, you remember when Martin was playing in one movie and he was trying to pretend to be an undercover cop, but he had to watch the movies and shit. No, get down. He was like, I can explain it to you. You know, he couldn't get it right. But see, as he studied 7,000, he got better in his debate. Then he tried to come up against the master teacher who taught him how to debate, ladies and gentlemen. You see, and this is where he had problems.
Years of Hebrew tradition and then changing their sacred books into Greek. Remember, JJ must show the ancient Hebrews themselves saying that they did this before the propaganda letter of Aristides, which caused the people to believe the Greek narrative. So we know for a fact that the letter, the Septuagint came from the Alexandrian Council and the Ptolemies. Who actually wrote it, the name of the scribe, we don't know, but we do know that it was put together by that council. It is undeniable fact in all historical references. Okay, now we see the oldest Hebrew inscriptions. He claimed to be, so they were looking up the oldest Hebrew inscriptions, and the oldest Hebrew inscriptions go back to 10th century BC. The oldest Hebrew inscriptions. What does this mean? There is no ancient book of Jeremiah. There is no ancient book of Exodus that any group of Hebrews
got up here talking about the oldest Hebrew inscription, y'all, is 10th century BC. Okay, all right, let's continue. Watch the 7,000 jump out. Pop.
Could have translated. There is no ancient book of Deuteronomy that goes back to the time of Moses of 1,400 years ago. None of these things exist. None of these things exist. And according to JJ says they copied these ancient books. They copied them. Where did they copy them from when they did not exist? The Bible, the Septuagint, is made up. It is not an archaeological find that goes back to the time of any of the so-called prophets. JJ said it was called the Tanakh. Okay? The Tanakh. Tanakh is a made-up European Hebrew word that is in actuality an acronym. It is not any kind of ancient word, nor is it an ancient book. The Tanakh, the Apollo Codex, is a medieval manuscript of the Hebrew Bible Tanakh, associated with Rabbi Aaron ben Asher, Masoretic scholars who wrote it in the early 10th century. Make note, CE stands for Christian era. The Tanakh and the Masoretic text come from after the Christian era. Christian era. Thus, there's no way the Tanakh was used or ever existed.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Or ever existed in 287 BC to translate into any kind of Greek book, because there is no ancient books that existed that date back to Ezekiel. There is no ancient books that date back to Noah. There are no ancient books. These books that they're talking about that compose the Bible are all new. And that's why they can't find any of the books in any ancient script. This is the script that JJ has to show. This is what they call Proto-Hebrew, which is another made-up term by the European. It's really Canaanite language, and here's what it looks like. JJ would have to show the book of Jeremiah, the book of Exodus, the book of Ezekiel in this language, not in the Strong's Concordance, modern-day Hebrew. That's a modern day. This is the ancient Hebrew that goes back, and it only goes back to 1000 or 1200 BC to the time of the Canaanites. So if JJ is saying that there was some ancient Hebrew Bible and the ancient Hebrews of 287 BC took it and made it Greek, where did they get it from? Where is the ancient text that we can go back and look? The oldest time we even see words like Jerusalem in Hebrew, right, is in this museum right over here, right? The Israel Museum. And this is only 100 BC. What JJ doesn't know, unfortunately for JJ, not only was the story of the Hebrews putting together a Septuagint, a non-historical embellished story by the Greeks, but the very word Hebrew was put together by the Greeks with the H. The Hebrew language that they use is modern. It came after the Greeks. They finally found the oldest Hebrew inscription of Jerusalem, and guess how old it is? 100 BC. Here's the word Hebrew, ladies and gentlemen. Did this word Hebrew even exist in ancient times? It comes from Latin, Hebraeus, Greek. And the Aramic is the word Iber. It doesn't have an H. It's not Hebrew. There is no ancient people in any ancient times going back to 1400 BC or 1800 BC, the time of Abraham, writing down that they were ever called Hebrews that had any type of ancient books. So what we know and what we've established so far in my last minute of this section is that, yes, we all agree that the Septuagint comes from the Alexandrian Council and the Ptolemies. That is an undeniable historical, tangible fact. How it was, who put it, who translated it, we don't know because we don't have any books to show they were even translated. But we know that the order and how it was put together was by the Ptolemies because it doesn't trace back to any other culture other than the Ptolemies. So we will wait for JJ 7000 to show us full ancient books of the Bible and to show us the Hebrews themselves in 287 BC saying that they're the ones that took all of these ancient books and turned it into Greek. I will sit and wait and see if JJ actually ever shows that. I do not believe the letter of Aristides. Peace.
All right, go on mute, Brother Tehuti.
Yes.
All right.
Brother JJ,
yeah, I'm ready.
You are up now, my brother. You got 3 minutes in this round to rebuttal him before you go into your time. You got 3 minutes, brother.
Let's get it. Now, everybody, if
ready?
y'all, yeah, I'm ready.
Time starts.
Now, see, like I said, Tehuti is full of magic and spells and all that, because let me tell you something. As soon as he opened up and he played that video, he said this was his source. The letter of Aristides. This is his source. Outside of that, you have no proof at all that the Greeks wrote anything. You didn't put me in a trick bag because I don't believe in the source. I told you it was pseudo. Now let's get back to what the Septuagint is, bro. Let's get back to that. And like I say, Tehuti, I need you to show me Greek scholars, Greek scribes writing the Septuagint and the Bible without any Hebrew help. Because all you did was some goddamn conjecture. That's all you did. That was your argument. That's your source. Everybody remember, when he said that's his source, he said it. A fake letter. Now let's get to this, bro. Because I ain't finna play with you. Now, the first 5 books is just the beginning of the story. Let's talk about the other 34.
Hey, when you smacking them around, y'all, you see, hey, look, you see how they got a smile over it? I'm telling you, boy. Hey, look, that's how that damn 7,000, boy. Look, hey, in his mind, he said, one day I'm going to call him the GOAT. God damn it. See, right now, he a former House of Constantine champion at this stage in my life right here. You know, when Black Jesus Minister, had Price so scared to show up to the debate, Sarnetta had to give him the goddamn belt, right? But then, Black Jesus' reign was pretty good, but then he ran across goddamn the people's champ. What he signed up for that debate for? And then, I took his belt, and then, he was so mad at me. Okay, well, Black Jesus, I'm still the people's champ. You hold on to this one right here. You bar across, slang and bang over that at the House of Congress. I handle things in Lions Den and these other platforms. Go slap him around. You know what we do? Me and him was the most feared goddamn tag team and debate team history. We slapped around Ryan Shields, Yasha Ben Israel, and Pro Israel one. Two of them guys didn't even show up for the goddamn debate. You hear me? They were so a fragile fry. What they call it? What they call it? What's a scary one? They were so goddamn scared. Goddamn it! They were shaking in their mummy boots. How we just don't leave it at that? Let's keep going.
So now I want to get to that. Hold up. The Septuagint was also not something that the ancient world would have existed in print between two covers.
See?
So we have to guard against inaccuracies and thinking about the Septuagint as some kind of singular entity, Tehuti. So once again,
the Septuagint ain't a singular entity. You're in class now. You see how you looking, y'all?
Was not a single or unified translation. It was not completed by one group or committee, Tehuti.
Look at that.
You said
it wasn't completed by one group or committee, Tehuti. This took over. Sometimes some people say centuries, nigga. I mean, what you doing?
They did it. I'm gonna have more proof where the Israelites kept the language intact, and that's where they got the information from.
See? I'm gonna have more proof with how the Israelites kept the language intact, the little scrolls and hit them in bottles and all that, kept it intact, passed it along orally, and that's how you came to the point where the group like, hey man, can you translate this over to our language? See, that's how it went. See, Tehuti got the spider and he's smiling. Pretty soon he gonna get that snake out and have it slithering around. See, that's why I wore this hat right here, y'all. So y'all keep looking over at me. See the little black lines? That's my spider. You see? I just see because he wants you to look over there at him, smiling and giggling and kiki and caca. Till he think he's slick.
You're gonna have to prove to me where did these Greeks get this information? How can we compare the Septuagint to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the majority of it match up? If the majority of it match up to Tehuti, then how the hell did the Greeks know about this? That's what you gotta be. Everybody gotta listen to, because Tehuti full of tricks. And then he want to talk about. Look, let me show you my screen real quick. Let me show you my screen. Hold up, Sarnetta. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, bro. Hold up. Stop the time for a second, sir. Let me share my screen. Hold up. All right. Right here. Go ahead, sir. Now, see this right here. See, it's Biblical Archaeology Review, 4/3 September, October 1978.
Hey, I ain't playing with them, y'all. Look at them ancient rocks and the scribble scratch, the pro. Remember he told me I had to show Proto-Canaanite, y'all? Look. Remember? Yeah, I remember that, y'all. Look, 7,000 hit him with a rebuttal so fast it blew his spider. He had to pick him up and he turned the camera off. The spider, the Velcro fell off the goddamn dead spider, y'all. Look at that. Remember you said Proto-Canaanite? I told you, man, hey, I ain't no easy win, man. 7,000 ain't no easy. For all you little young debaters, ready to knock me off my, at the top of the goddamn apex of the debate world. You better be prepared, man. This crazy work right here, as y'all say nowadays. Here we go.
Alphabet from the days of Judges at the site called Isbet Sartah, now believed by some scholars to be the biblical Ebenezer. And recent excavation.
Hey, that one brother here in the audience. Hold on. Let me talk to the people for a second. Who was that? Yeah, mature the dynasty. You seen this debate 3 years ago. But now you see this crazy work that 7,000 just put on this dude. He said, "You better show me Proto-Canaanite." Look what I got on the goddamn screen. You hear me? Yeah, shout out to I Am Man and Sakina Rob, mature the Don, brother Law, Marquise, Sharice the realist in the building, shout out to her. She streamed my show I did on Open the Knowledge the other night. It was a great build. So yeah. Okay. So all right. So yeah. So maturity. See, y'all wasn't catching them jewels that 7,000 was dropping in this debate. You know, because back in them days, you know, I was the bad guy. You know, it was kind of the job to have a villain on there. That'd be me. That was me. You know, but then after a while, you just you love to hate me and hate to love me. You see, love to hate me and hate to love me. But you know, that's just what it is. Look. Here you go. Information speak for itself. Remember, Tucson, you got to store a proto-Canaanite. Here it is, right here. Look at go.
By Tel Aviv and Bar Ilan universities have undiscovered a small clay potsherd unrelated to the biblical story, which, however, the most important single find of the excavation, the shard contains the longest proto-Canaanite inscriptions ever discovered. You see what I'm saying? This right here, this information right here. Let me read you this, bro. It says, where did the Hebrew language come from? The earliest evidence we have for ancient Israelite language actually come from the archaeological record. Yeah, okay,
all right, we're going to go right into your 15 minutes. Go ahead, Jay.
This comes from an archaeological record, the Isbit Sartah inscription. It dates back as early as the 12th century BCE, Tehuti. At the bottom of the inscription is a Proto-Canaanite alphabet. Although technically written in Canaanite language, scholars say this is the missing link between Canaanite and Hebrew. The Isbet Sartah demonstrates the letter order that we should see in the Hebrew alphabet and later the Greek alphabet. Scholars call the inscription like this Abecedary. It's spelled Abecedary. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, we got. Let me show you what else we got, man. Let me show you what. I mean, we got all kind of information. This guy want to sit up there and play games like we just ain't got nothing. Come on, man. You ain't showed not one Greek scholar, one Greek script. Nothing. You can't give a name and you're going off a fake ass letter. So I'm gonna bust your head right now. This is what I'm gonna do. The 9 oldest copies of Torah in the world. The word Torah can mean many different things, but in general, it refers to the first 5 books of the Jewish Bible, which is known as the Pentateuch. However, Torah is also used to refer to the entire Jewish Bible, as well as the whole Bible of Jewish laws and teachings. According to the Jewish tradition, the oral Torah was given to Moses at Mount Sinai. That's how we passed it down orally. We had people that remember this stuff, bro. That's how we got our script. What you talking about, bro? Let's keep it moving, man. Torah was given to Moses at Mount Sinai by Yah, then who had passed on what he learned to the Jewish people. No one knows for sure when the Torah was first written down, but scholars believe the final version of the Torah we have today was recorded during the Babylonian exile, 530 goddamn years BCE.
Oh, so, God dang. Cut his whole magician head off. And then when you look in the hat, I popped out. You hear me? God damn, you hear it? Look. Hey, who said they seen this 3 years ago? Wait a minute, man. Yeah, cut his head off, skin around. But check it down. Do you remember some of the strategical work that the House of Conscience go just, was doing back then? I wasn't the GOAT status back then. I was, just people's champ, FOP, former FOP champ, Hey, I still was I wasn't the most feared at that time. They wasn't respecting my debate gangster. But now I'm the most feared debater on this goddamn planet. Sit your ass down. I know you can't stand it. You see what I just did to Tehuti? Yeah, it was the 9th century BCE. Now look at it. I done hit it with a 532. I told you, man. I told y'all. But see, back then, y'all was clowning in the audience and wasn't paying attention to 7,000. So this is why I got to bring it back to you. You see? Look. Tehuti just got a whole magic hat kicked off. Chopped off. The guillotine. Yeah, baby. And then, look. his head was stuck in the hat. And then when they picked it up, look, I popped out. You hear me? The whole head gone. I popped out the hat. You hear me? You see? That's what's going on. Listen to this, y'all. I told him, man, I don't know why he come over here fooling with me. Tehuti, you know that just watch Tehuti. Now, Tehuti won't get back in the ring with me after this experience, man. Shit, I wouldn't either. Well, I probably would try to redeem myself if I was him, you know. But then again, if I was him, I probably wouldn't get back in the ring with 7,000. Shit. Not after this. No. All right, ladies and gentlemen, watch this. Watch a master at work. Shit, I told y'all. Watch this.
Bro, that's how we got our script. What you talking about, bro? Let's keep it moving, man. Torah was given to Moses at Mount Sinai by Yah. Then, who had passed on what he learned to the Jewish people. No one knows for sure when the Torah was first written down.
Oh, wow. No one knows what the scholars say, y'all, when it first was written down, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
The final version of the Torah we have today was recorded during the Babylonian exile, 530 goddamn years BCE. Tehuti. A few fragments of text from around this time period have survived, but the older complete Torah only dates to the 11th or 12th century. All right, let's keep it moving. This is the Ketef Hinnom silver scroll amulets. The two silver scroll amulets from the Ketef Hinnom archaeological site are the oldest people.
So now after I cut his head off with the 532, now 7,000 is taking you back down memory lane. You know, showing you, how we kept things in order and passed it down and different. You see what I'm saying? Tehuti gonna have to show us how these Greeks started off. They were running. The Greeks wrote the Bible. That was Reggie. The Greeks wrote it, JJ. What are you doing still reading that? You're nothing but a catbird. I'm like, well, at the time, that was a little offensive. But we can talk about that some other time. But yeah, so Tehuti, you need to show your trade. You need to build your case. 7,000 right now, cooking. He doing this.
Pieces of Torah ever found in the world. The scrolls were discovered in 1979 and was estimated to be from the late 7th or early 6th century BCE. The two small strips of silver contain what is known as the priestly benediction from the book of Numbers. The hell you talking about? The 4th book of the Torah, making it the oldest biblical passage ever found in on an ancient artifact. For many years, doubts over the contents and age of the scrolls persisted. Much of the silver scrolls have been corroded, and many words are barely legible. However, in 2004, researchers at the University of Southern California re-examined the scrolls using new photogenic and computer imaging techniques. They were able to fully read the text and determine that the silver scrolls were from the time period just before the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, 586 BC. Tehuti. Let's keep it moving. See, he ain't brought no. Here go the source. Also, Tehuti bringing up something that he made up. Where's your sources? This was written in the late 7th or early 6th BCE. The location is Ketef Hinnom. The archaeological site is in Jerusalem. Let's keep it moving because my time is running out. Then we got the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're some of the most important and well-known biblical artifacts ever discovered. Most of the Dead Sea Scrolls were written between the 2nd century BCE, the 2nd century CE, and had remained buried in the Judean desert for thousands of years. So we protected our scripts. We hid them because we know the Romans and the Greeks. The Romans, they were trying to get rid of our scripts, bro. This shit was preserved. Just because it wasn't found at the time, that don't mean we didn't have them because they steady digging it up. Let's keep it moving. Now, it's a massive search for more of the scrolls in nearby caves. These are scrolls that they find in everybody. I don't know what the hell Tehuti talking about. Where's the Greek scrolls? Where's the Greeks out here that's talking about they translated this Bible? Hell, if they did it by themselves, what the hell they need us for? Because in your fake letter, it said they commissioned 72 goddamn Israelites. Let's keep it moving, man. Come on, this dude, like I said, man, hold up. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, now, thousands of scroll fragments. amounted over 900 manuscripts. We got manuscripts everywhere. Were uncovered at the numerous sites across the Judean desert and are collectively known as the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls are divided into two main categories, biblical and non-biblical. The biblical contents of Dead Sea Scrolls contain every book of the Torah and the whole Hebrew Bible except the book of Esther. Man, sit down somewhere with that fake information you putting out here. Let's keep it moving. Here goes the source for that. Year written, 2nd century BCE. Location alleged, Fayan, Egypt. Context, the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments, and the part of the Shema prayer of the Torah. Let's see what else we got. Oh my goodness, we got more. The En-Gedi scroll, Tehuti. We got scrolls falling at the yin yang, and you talking about where it at? Like I told you, bro, we passed this oral information down, and when it was time to write it down, the right people, the qualified people was there to do it. Now, the En-Gedi scroll was discovered all the way back in 1970, but not much was known about its contents because how damaged it was. The scroll looked like a lump of charcoal for nearly 50 years. Researchers have wondered what was written in the En-Gedi scroll, and they finally got their answer in 2016. A team of computer scientists from the University of Kentucky. So I'm bringing a team of scientists. What Tehuti bringing? Nothing. All he brings that damn snake and spider. Use specialized X-ray imaging, Tehuti, to reveal the writing inside the scroll without unwrapping it. Here go. Look, see, I'm bringing the source. Year written, 3rd, 4th century CE. The location, section of the Leviticus 1 and 3. And we got scrolls all over the place, man. Thanks to the scientists, we know that the En-Gedi scroll contains the portions of Leviticus 1 and 3. The scroll has been radiocarbon dated to the 3rd, 4th century CE, sometime after the Dead Sea Scroll. According to the research team, En-Gedi scroll is the oldest Testament scroll ever found in the Holy Ark of the Synagogue. Let's keep it moving, bro. All right, we got the Lanyan manuscript and Asgar Gilson Hebrew manuscript too, Tehuti. Prior to 2007, no one knew that the two Torah fragments known as the Asgar Gilson Hebrew manuscript number 2 and the Lanyan manuscript were actually part of the same scroll. They go to doctors. Dr. Mordecai Mishnor, Tehuti ain't brought nobody. I'm bringing these people out that's qualified to talk about this. A member of the Academy of the Hebrew Language is credited for first noticing the similarities between the Asgar Gilson manuscript and the London manuscript. Misgar contacted Dr. Edna Ingo of the Hebrew Paleography Project at the Israel Academy of Science and Humanities, who determined that the two fragments were in fact a perfect match. Come on, let me keep going, man. Here you go. Location found in Beirut, Lebanon, what may have actually come from somewhere in Egypt. Section of the books of Exodus. Man, what this dude talking about, man? The Aleppo Codex, Tehuti.
That's the one he
was at one point the.
So that's the one he brought up. But I'm showing him the trail. Remember, I hit it with a 532 BCE. Scholars say that the whole thing was written down. What is this guy talking about? There ain't no Greek influence in that. So if there ain't no Greek influence in that, in 532 BC, and I'm showing the paper trail, I'm showing the pass it down. I'm showing this, how the language has evolved and changed with the times, so it's going to be different, right? We're showing you this. But Tehuti has failed in this debate to prove his point. You complaining about a goddamn letter that I didn't even bring you. And we both knew it was fake. You can't try to come to the debate and trick me. Let's keep it moving, man.
This is the most accurate copy of the complete Hebrew Bible for more than thousands of years. The Aleppo Codex was carefully preserved by Jewish communities in the Middle East. See, that's very important. They were preserved by the Jews, by the Israelites.
See? Preserved, Tehuti. Why you think the Greeks came and asked that, man? I heard y'all spitting that over there a little bit, man. Can you, put that down in our language? That's what happened.
People. When the Romans try to get rid of our scripts and burn them, we hid them in caves and shit. Now they starting to resurface. So you can't tell me, no, we don't know where they're at. How did they do this? Bro, it's information coming up out the yin yang showing you where they're getting the information from, man. Cut it out. Now, the Aleppo Codex was at one point the oldest, most accurate copy of the Bible. Okay, and like I said, was carefully preserved by Jewish community. So when is you gonna show us some information where these goddamn Greeks is preserving anything? Because like I said, in your fake letter that you use, They asking Israelites for help. Now you're gonna have to prove outside of your letter that Greeks did this, and you can't. You can't. Let's keep it moving, bro. Initially, everyone thought that the Aleppo Codex has been completely destroyed.
Because he said that letter was really put out there by the Ptolemies. That don't even make sense to me. If they Ptolemies put the letter out, and they saying that some Israelites did, help them with it. Maybe he's saying that okay, this is part of their lie. But you still have to prove that these guys wrote the Bible, wrote the original manuscripts. You got original manuscripts of them talking about Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all that, bro. But where are these Greeks doing anything?
But parts of it were secretly rescued. In 1958, the remaining Aleppo Codex was smuggled out of Syria and taken to Jerusalem for safekeeping. Today, only about 295 pages of the Aleppo Codex have survived, including nearly all the Torah, the Pentateuch. Over the years, and a few missing pages have turned up, and many efforts have been made to find the rest of the Aleppo Codex. All right, let's go, bro. This dude, I don't know what he's thinking. And the year was written in 930 CE. Location Tiberias, which is now northern Israel. Context: prior to 1947, the complete Hebrew Bible. Hundreds of pages missing though. But let's keep it moving. Let's go. What we got here? The Damascus Pentateuch, Tehuti. We got stuff everywhere. What is you talking about? Show me where these goddamn Greeks were out there scribing this up, and then how the hell did they do it without Israelite help? You want to show that, because a lot of the shit in the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls, they match up. So they must have been some goddamn geniuses to figure this shit out, huh, Tehuti? Let's keep it moving. The Damascus Pentateuch is the oldest and most complete manuscript containing only the Torah of the Hebrew Bible. While the manuscripts contain most of the Torah, the beginning is missing parts of Genesis, and it starts at Genesis 9:26. Exodus 18:1 and 23 is also missing. The Damascus Pentateuch was written around 1000 CE, includes full vocalizations, enunciations, and Masoretic enunciations. Untociation. I can't pronounce that, but let's keep it moving. That was written at the Jewish National and University Library of Israel. The manuscript was named after the Jewish community of Damascus. See, the Jews is finding this, who owned the Pentateuch. It's at 1915. What else we got here, Tehuti? The Leningrad Codex. We got stuff everywhere. This is showing y'all, as I go through this, the preservation of the word and how it's passed down. And in my next round, I'm going to even take you back further than that, on how we preserved our word and pass it down orally, and only certain ones learn this information to pass it down. The hell Tehuti talking about? Where is these Greeks? Tehuti, you're going to have to show me a Greek scribe, a Greek scholar, outside of that goddamn fake-ass letter Artears you're using. You can't. Now, while the Aleppo Codex is older and was used to make corrections to the Leningrad Codex, because parts of the Aleppo Codex have been missing today, the Leningrad Codex is officially the oldest complete Hebrew Bible in existence. The Leningrad Codex contains 39 books of the Hebrew Bible, including the Torah. This Hebrew Bible was written in 109 CE, which is also known because the date was written on the manuscript. Now, the Leningrad Codex was also written in Cairo, Egypt. A lot of this is coming up out of Kemet. So you can believe Kemet on one hand, but then when the information that they reflect on the Hebrews, now you don't believe it. This is one biased guy, bro. Come on, man. Get your act together. Let's keep it moving, man. The university...
3 minutes, JJ. 3 minutes.
Thank you. The University of Bologna Torah Scroll, Tehuti. And like I said, when I get done with this, I'm going to take you back. I'm going to show you how we preserve the language. I'm going to show you how the oral tradition, this is how these people got this information. How the hell the Greeks get it, Tehuti? Can you tell us that? How the hell did the Greeks get it, Tehuti? I want you to show me Greek scholars, Greek scribes, who didn't need no help from no Israelite to put the book together. And when they did that, how did they miraculously match it up with the Dead Sea Scrolls? Hey, come on, man, this debate over. In 2013, a Torah scroll from the University of Bologna in Italy made international news as it was deemed to be the world's oldest Torah. This is technically true, as it is the oldest complete Torah scroll. Professor, bringing professors. Tehuti just bringing something that got, this is by Tehuti at the bottom. Bring your goddamn sources of reference, or don't get in the ring with me. Now, the professor Maru Perini announced that radiocarbon tests showed that the Torah scroll was about 800 years old, dating between 1155 and 1225. See, we're preserving the information. It's getting passed down and preserved and saved. Although the University of Bologna had possessed the Torah scroll for over a century, it was misidentified by the school original library and cataloger. From 1889, he did not recognize the Hebrew script and thought the text was bad, Italian script. But Professor Printing noticed the mistake when he set up to update the library's Hebrew manuscript collection. Like I said, let me put my camera back on, man. Like I said, this dude right here, man. Like I say, bro, hold up. Camera fell. Hold up. Let me tell you something, Tehuti. You're not gonna come and play these little magic games for 7,000. You're gonna have to come with some goddamn Greek sources.
Camera. Let me tell you something, Tehuti.
Some Greek scribes. You're gonna have to come with something. And you can't use that fake ass letter because we're pseudepigrapher. And even in that letter, it says that Israelites translated the Bible. I never said I believed in the letter. I told you that from the beginning. You said you believed in that fake ass letter. Don't try to put it on me. Can you hear me, Sarnetta? Can you hear me?
He's on the phone.
Hold up. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, JJ. You ain't want me to stop the time.
Okay, I'll see you.
All right,
talking.
time is up anyway.
Okay, but time up. All right.
Yeah, time is up. All right, brother Tehuti, your 3 minutes is now up. You got 3 minutes to rebuttal the brother, and then you'll get into your 15-minute round. When you hear this sound, that's when your 15-minute round begins. You hear me? Unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes,
Hey.
you're great.
All right.
And I remember I hit him with a 532. Hit him with a 532, y'all. Now the people in the audience, I want y'all to, pay attention. Pay attention. I hit him, Marquise, I hit him with a 532 BCE. Yeah. Yeah, I had a wild temper back then. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Listen. Everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe, man. Early morning edification, edifying the body. So said, hey, at 7,000 catching bodies and the edifying the body. You see what I'm saying? Dude, you get knocked out on this first round because it was bad for you. Now look, here you go. Here you go into this straw man stuff. Here you go. Watch this.
Hey, brother, your 3 minutes begin when you're ready.
Okay, let me do a screen share. Ladies and gentlemen, again.
Poor JJ.
Poor JJ. Again, let's just go ahead. I actually screen captured everything that he put on the screen. So this is
when I get my opponent to go, y'all know the last three debates I've been showing. When I get them going, I already know. Hey, I already know they almost out of breath. You hear me? Yeah.
The rebuttal to just what he put on the screen. So remember, this topic is
now he the copy and paste. See, now Tehuti, you have to. If you're going to rebuttal somebody's source, because look, I'm showing you you cannot just make up a little paragraph right here and say you rebutted it. This is not how you're supposed to do it. This 3 years ago, so I'm gonna cut your pass. I'm gonna cut your break, cut your pass. But I'm just letting you know. Here we go.
Who put the Septuagint together? So the Septuagint is 287 BC. It is the only known full books of the Bible. Poor JJ did not show any ancient full books of the Bible that predated this. Let's go through one by one everything that JJ showed. I screenshotted it. He said, how did the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint match? Because the Septuagint was first, and then people who believed in it after rewrote it. The Dead Sea Scrolls were not written by any prophets. The Dead Sea Scrolls are 100 BC to 100 AD, and most of the Dead Sea Scrolls are not even biblical books. Just like the Bibles today. The Bibles today match the Bibles of the past because people today believe in what was in the past. But what's the origin? He asked, how did the Ptolemies match up with the Dead Sea Scrolls? The issue with JJ is that he's horrible with dates, and he's not addressing the subject matter. How did the Ptolemies match up with the Dead Sea Scrolls? The Ptolemies were 287 BC. Ladies and gentlemen, dates are very important. 287 BC. What he showed here, I screen shared it, 2nd century BC in Fayum, Egypt. JJ has never shown any biblical books. He's not showing any ancient full biblical books in any ancient language of the time. Below is modern Hebrew. Here's what JJ showed. The section, the oldest copies of the Torah. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Torah is supposed to have been written by Moses. Look up the date of Moses. Supposedly, he was 1400 BC. Date of this writing. First of all, look at the language. This is modern Hebrew. Look at the date. 539 BCE. 539 is almost 1,000 years after Moses. So this could not have been written by Moses.
That 539 BCE. I mean, what are you talking about? Was written down by God. Let's say it says passed down. See, I can't really see. Now he knows for sure when the Torah was first written down, but scholars believe that the final version of the Torah we have today was recorded during the Babylonian exile, 539 BCE. I mean, what the hell are you doing? 539 years before Jesus Christ, according to the Bible.
Moses. This could not have been what the Ptolemies used to translate. What did the Ptolemies translate from? How was this story? Poor JJ. Here we go. Here's something else he showed.
Yeah.
Look at the year.
He don't have anything. He can't get around that 539. Remember, he said you said 9th century. That's the oldest. You said 9th century BCE. That's the oldest. You got caught. He said written down 539 BCE Babylonian.
Year written that he showed. You see, this is screenshotted right from the Sonitor Show live. Look at the year that JJ's showing.
You know why I screenshotted? Because he couldn't get out of it. So he has to screenshot it and then type in a little bit of what Tehuti said. And then put by Tehuti. That ain't how it works, bro. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Let's see, hold up. Oh, man. Hold up. Yeah. Hold up, man. Hold up, y'all. I done knocked the video out. Hold up. Let me. Yeah. Okay. Stop sharing. See. Yeah. Let me pull the video back up. I gotta look it up. I gotta look it up again. I think I knocked it out. Hold up. Damn, man, because then I'm going to start it all the way over. I'll find the spot. Hold up. Let's see. Hold up. Let's see. All right, let's look for it again. Here. I hope we go back to the spot we left off. Yep, it did. Okay. Now, share. Let's see. Yeah, right here. Okay.
Here we go, y'all. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Let's get back to it. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go. Like I said, now, Tehuti, if you call yourself, I showed you my, what my information where it came from, source and all that right there, where the scripts was found and all that. And then I went back to 539 BCE, Tehuti. The old was written down. I mean, I don't know that 539 years before Christ, right? So I don't know what this guy's doing, but let's continue.
Of Leviticus. This is what he's showing as his ancient Hebrew books. CE stands for Christian era. This is the time of the Nicene Council. Of course, you're going to.
Now, you see how he didn't elaborate on the 539 BCE?
Of course, you're going to find biblical books in the time of the Nicene Council. This is CE. The Ptolemies were BC, before the so-called Christ. JJ keeps showing us books in the CE and the early eras that are after the prophets. He even had the nerve to show the Apollo Codex. Look at the dates of the Apollo Codex. Look at the language of the books he's showing.
Now you see how he just did that? Now, you said in your opening, you said the earliest written down of this Old Testament or New Testament, whatever you said it was 9th century BCE. JJ 7000 at that time went back to 539 BCE of it being written down. And you people in the audience that day, y'all missed that? And now he's trying to complain about how I'm showing the trail of how it was preserved. So, of course, these dates are going to be later. But I showed you a trail of how the language was preserved. They said it's orally passed down. Let's just keep going, man. I told you, Tehuti, full of tricks and bells and whistles and snakes and goddamn Velcro spiders.
Is modern Hebrew. Look at the Apollo Codex, which I just broke down in round 1. Look at the year, 930 CE, JJ. CE stands for Christian era. That's 930 years into the Christian era. This is crazy. So Moses was writing this in 930 years into the Christian era. Where are the books of ancient times of the Hebrews? Where is the ancient book of Genesis that was converted that dates back to 1400 BC? Where are the books of Ezekiel? JJ keeps showing these. These are all screenshotted from what JJ showed. Look at the dates. Look at the language of what this man is showing. This guy actually showed the Leningrad Codex live at time 50 and 14 seconds. The Leningrad Codex is 1009 CE. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the screen and look at the dates of what this man is showing. What does this have to do with Moses? What does this have to do with Noah and Abraham or Jeremiah or Ezekiel or the book of Chronicles or King David? This is way after. Way after. Now, this man brought up the Silver Scrolls. Oh, boy. This is so horrible. So here's the Leningrad Codex. Here's the Apollo Codex right here that I showed in my round 1. Okay? This is going back to the CE era in modern Hebrew. Do you see this, ladies and gentlemen? This is modern Hebrew. It does not go back to the time of Moses. So no, the Ptolemies could not have used this. Okay, now he went to the Silver Scrolls. Let's check out the Silver Scrolls. Silver Scrolls are KH1 and KH2 scrolls. Look at the date, ladies and gentlemen, of the so-called Silver Scrolls, which are supposed to be the ancient books, a quote.
Yeah, it's crazy. 650 to 578. Yeah, let's look at the date. You said 9th century. I'm showing you the origins of it. I even went to Proto-Canaanite, bro. What are you talking about? I went to Proto-Canaanite. You even said that. JJ had to show the Proto-Canaanite. Now I'm showing you a trail of how it was written and preserved and changed over the times. So if we got all this information, why wouldn't we be the ones who would translate it over to another different language? How could someone else who don't even speak that language that the origins of this information come from come and just say, hey, I don't even know your language, but I'm gonna just translate it over here to this way. With my, and then, like I say, that the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls that's written in Hebrew match up.
Of Deuteronomy. Look at the dates. This is where the Hebrews fall, man.
What 650?
650 BC, JJ. Where was Moses in 650 BC? Look at the language this is written in. I'm gonna blow it up.
This guy don't get it, man. It's gonna change over time, man. It's coming from the Canaanite alphabet. Oh, bad argument. I mean, how did some of y'all miss that day? And you know, this is his second round. Now he's supposed to be proving about these Greeks, but in his whole second round, now he's complaining about my sources to the whole thing, and he's not even qualified to rebut him. You're supposed to bring another scholar or something. Well, hey, this what this scholar said about this, not what Tehuti say. Come on, man. But you know, I cut you past 3 years ago. You know,
this is not in the Hebrew of what JJ showed earlier. This is not in that Hebrew. This is not even the full book of Deuteronomy. This is not the book of Exodus. He's showing little clips of things. What's the translation of this? Where does it show? This is what book in the Bible is this? As you can see, this is Canaanite language. Where are the Hebrew books? Look at.
He must not understand that the Hebrews was in the land of. He doesn't know that. It was in the land of Canaan.
The language that this is written in. You will not find one ancient Hebrew book in this language. This is the language that goes back to the time of so-called King David.
Scholars say that Israelites come from Canaanites.
But it only goes back 1200 BC. Moses goes back 1400 BC. Where are the ancient books of Moses that the Hebrews translated? And remember, the topic of this is, did the Ptolemies put it together? The Bible that we have, the remnants of the Bible that we have today. That is Genesis all the way to.
How do you get remnants without the original origin and the pattern? It has to be a blueprint.
Malachi, in full version, the full book of Genesis, the full book of Exodus, the full book of Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, all of these books right here, the full book of Ezekiel, the full book of Jeremiah, the full book.
I mean, this wasn't put together like a Nancy Drew mystery book. They put all these together in different. Oh man, come on, bro.
Are these ancient full books that ancient Hebrews translated into Greek, and then they called it the Septuagint? Why would Hebrews call it the Septuagint? What does Septuagint have to do with Hebrew culture? Oh boy, this is really this is good though. This is good.
72 for the 70 meant for the it was symbolic for the 72 so-called Israelite elders who put this together. So-called, you know, in the myth or story. What you mean? Why it's called Septuagint?
All will learn. Okay, so now this is what the Hebrews were doing. Here we go. Here we can see, guess what this is, ladies and gentlemen? When you see me walking around with the Ankh, when you see me walking around with the wings of Heru, when you see brothers that study Kemet walking around with the scarab beetle, guess who else was walking around with this, according to archaeology and biblical narrative, if there ever was a King Hezekiah? This is the.
What the hell Hezekiah got to do with you talking about some goddamn Ptolemies?
King Hezekiah Stela. Look at the language. Here we can see what people are calling the Hezekiah Bulla, and the language at the time.
Sir, you're in the wrong debate.
This is the language of the time of 722 BC. Okay? It looked like this. Where can we find any archaeological books of the so-called ancient Hebrew scriptures in this language? This is.
Oh, you got to be kidding me, man. You got to be, man, come on. You don't know about, I'm going to teach him about it in the next round.
Hezekiah's language. You see the script? This is nothing like what JJ showed in the Apollo Codex and the Leningrad Codex. He's showing modern Hebrew. This is the Hebrew that would have existed in the time of King David, in the time right after Moses. Where is there any books of the Bible in this time, dating back 1400 BC in the language? Since the claim is that Hebrews translated these Hebrew books of the scriptures into Greek, where are the original books that they translated? JJ is trying to force me to say that I'm saying that Greeks are writing something and that I believe in the letter of Aristes. I don't. It's Greek propaganda. We know that the Septuagint is traced back to the Greek.
He's saying that the Greeks wrote that fake letter. But boy, I don't understand. If you're claiming that the Ptolemies put this fake letter out, you're killing yourself. Because now you said the Greeks know they didn't translate this. They telling you, even in their fake letter, they didn't do it. Tehuti? Don't you think why would they even have a need to put out a fake letter if they originally did it? This episode of Lion Den is brought to you by Common Sense. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Greeks. We know that it's written in Greek. The Septuagint is only written in Greek. Ladies and gentlemen, please pull up for me any ancient Septuagint that's not written in Greek. Go. Paste it in the room. Show me, JJ, where is there a Septuagint that's not written in Greek? JJ is under the impression that there was some type of meeting between Greeks and ancient Hebrew priests, and they took some ancient books which didn't even exist. Those books didn't even exist at the time.
Hey, come on.
Okay. Now, JJ is bringing up, let me go over here, the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is what the Hebrews told around. This is one of the most popular translations and researchers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Florentino Garcia Martinez, right? Judah Nazareth actually shows this in his room when he's talking about it. Many Hebrews pull up this as their Dead Sea Scrolls. Look at the dates. Look at the Dead Sea Scrolls that JJ is bringing up. This is from that book. I have the book. Here is from page 294 of the book, of the book of the Dead Sea Scrolls translation. And what does it say right here? 4 fragments inscribed formal Paleo Hebrew in the last half of the 4th century BCE, but not identical, received with Joshua 21. So first of all, they're not identical with the books that we have today, and these are copied books. That means that it's not written by Joshua. Let me go back to this. Here we go. First hand of the first half of the 1st century BCE, and unidentical field text. This is the dates of the Dead Sea Scrolls. People are under the impression that the Dead Sea Scrolls are a bunch of biblical books. Small percentages of the Dead Sea Scrolls have biblical books, and none of them are claimed to be written by the prophets themselves. They are people who believed in the prophets, and the people who lived in the caves of Qumran started writing. That is historical archaeological fact. They only date, look at this, the first half of the 1st century BCE. That's 100 to 200 BCE, after the Septuagint. After the Septuagint. So of course you're going to have people that believe in the Bible and then write about the Bible after the Septuagint, whereas the main person who wrote the book on the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls is telling you that these are not ancient books. We had poor JJ 7000 is asking, how did the Ptolemies get the Dead Sea Scrolls to translate it perfectly? The Ptolemies and Dead Sea Scrolls never existed in the same time period. The Ptolemies were unconcerned with your Hebrew doctrine. Okay, this is the Ptolemies right here. These are the Ptolemies.
So tonight he said the Ptolemies were unconcerned with the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. So why did they commission for Israelites to translate it over to Greek, sir? Let's say lie on that for a second. If they wasn't interested in the Hebrew Israelite information, why in the hell would they ask?
they hadn't had the information translated over, bro. I mean, it just ain't no getting around.
And what they were concerned with was imitating Kemetic culture.
Oh, now
not trying to live the life of.
Now you're making the debate about Kemet, y'all. Now look, now it's about Kemet. They want to imitate Kemet.
Any kind of Hebrew, not interested in any Hebrew scriptures. The point of this debate,
so if they're not interested, you just said that they was over the translation of it, and actually before we even got into this debate, you, Reggie, the main two were saying that the Greeks wrote the Bible, like they sat down and wrote it themselves. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta hold on to that, bro. You gotta prove that.
Again, we'll go back to the top. Was the Septuagint put together by the Ptolemies or the Hebrews? JJ 7000, if there's a book called the Septuagint, which has all your books of the Old Testament that you use today, from Genesis all the way to Malachi, and it's only in Greek, and it's found, archaeologically found, in the Alexandrian Council in the area of the Ptolemies, then this is where it originates. There is no ancient Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew...
There ain't no goddamn Alexandrian Council, man. Cut it out. You can't find that in history, y'all.
Bible that JJ is showing, that he's trying to show that the Ptolemies used, are all 500 to 1,000 years after the Ptolemies. They're way after the Ptolemies. They're even in the CE era. So, JJ 7000, we are waiting for you to show historical evidence that a group of people that call themselves Hebrews gathered these books from Genesis to Malachi in the year 287 BC. Remember, what JJ has to show has to go back to the date 287 BC because that is the archaeological.
This is not a story, y'all. This is just something he typed together, because this is what it is. This is what the sources ain't gonna have no two big W's like that together. See, this is how you know when niggas typing shit together. See, look, this supposed to be one sentence. Why with? With should have been, if you're gonna have with, this should. Come on, man.
Date of the Septuagint, and then it was named the Septuagint afterwards. He has to show that they translated the sacred text into Greek. All I'm asking for, JJ, which I've asked you from the very beginning, can you please show us ancient Hebrew saying they did this? I don't want to believe you. I don't want to believe commentaries. I want.
If they're telling you, the Greeks telling you they had the Greek was translated, they had to get somebody who knew Hebrew and Greek to translate it over. Then who did it? It ain't telling you this, sir. Because if they knew how to look at the language, this is how you know they didn't just write this book, because they're looking at old manuscripts. They're hearing these guys running around on the corners like Tazariak and them running around, Yahweh by Shimon, Yahweh Shadon, Barakadan. They were like, well, what's going on here? Our language is the language of the day. So you know what they did? They said, hey man, we don't know what y'all talking about, bro. Hey, go get some of them cats that can speak this right here and put it to the, and so we can understand what the hell going on.
To believe what the ancient people say about themselves. Every debate I seem to have on Sonnetter is always me defending what did the ancient people say about themselves? Did they say it? I don't care what people say in 2021 about ancient people. Did the ancient...
This debate was 4 years ago. This is 2021.
Levitical scribes ever have any written document that stated that they had a council that got together in 287 BC and put together a Greek book and called it the Septuagint? Why would Hebrews call it 70? The Ptolemies called it 70 and 72, the story of the 70 and 72, because of their sacred number 72, which is what started this whole debate, because I was breaking down the sacred number 72 and how the Greeks were using it in their culture and how they put it inside of the Bible in their Septuagint. The Hebrews don't have any sacred number 70 or 72. And the bottom line, JJ, again, is that, let me get back to the screen, is that there is no ancient Hebrew record of them putting together the Septuagint. The only link we have in history, which neither of us believe in, which is very interesting, the only link we have to the Greek Ptolemies in ancient times and the so-called Hebrews getting together and doing this is the Ptolemaic Aristes letter, which both of us are saying is fake. Then let's crumple up that letter, throw it away. We're going to throw that letter away. Now here we are with a Greek book called the Septuagint. Where did it come from, JJ? It's in Greek.
3 minutes.
It's in Greek. It was found in Alexandria under the Ptolemies, but it didn't come from the Ptolemies. Where did the Septuagint come from, JJ, with primary sources from your culture? Show me any writing of your ancient Hebrew culture ever talking about a Septuagint. Ever talking about a Septuagint. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do not believe in the legends, which are...
Breaking news. Shooter opens fire at White House correspondents. Dinner, Trump rushed out. Gunman confirmed dead. I mean, man, they tripping. That's the third time they didn't try to get this guy. Hey, Trump got 9 lives, man. Shit, I mean, come on, man. I ain't never heard of a president, somebody try to shoot the president 3 times in any presidential term. Hey, Trump got 9 lives, man. I mean, is this staged? I mean, I don't know, man. Remember the one that they ripped by his ear, man? I don't know, man. He got to be the luckiest president on this earth.
Embellished, which have been proven to be historically inaccurate and pseudepigrapha. All we know beyond a shadow of a doubt is that we have a group of Greek books that are from Genesis to the book of Malachi, and they're only in Greek at that time. And they're found in Alexandria under the Ptolemies. Thus, I'm not going to add conjecture and make up a story of where they come from. I can just say where they're found, what language they're in, and leave it as that. If you have another story that is confirmed by your culture of where that particular book came from, then JJ, can you please show your primary source of where it comes from? To this day, all we know is that the way it was organized was put together in that council. Who the people were that did it specifically under the Ptolemies, we don't know. We just know the Ptolemies were over it. The Ptolemies themselves are not going to be writing anything. They're kings. They're kings. They issue out what they want to be done. They're the kings of Egypt. They're not going to be gathering books and doing it themselves. They're going to be putting it together as in they are the authority that decide the order that it goes in, just like the Nicene Council, just like the Hampton Council in between 1604 and 1611 under King James. King James and his men organized, the council organized how we got the Bible today. The Ptolemies, the Europeans continuously organize canon books and then give it to people. And then we start to believe in it. JJ 7000, all I'm asking for is please show your ancient senses.
Can he said something about 72. You know, I didn't address this in the debate, but he said that you know, there's nothing symbolic about 72 in the Jewish tradition. In Jewish tradition, the number 72 holds significance in various contexts. The symbolism of 72, completeness and perfection. In some interpretations, 72 represents completeness or perfection, derived from the connection to the 72 names of God, or the 72 elders, with quotations, y'all, translated with the Torah into the Greek, the Septuagint. Divine names. The 72 names of God are derived from the Hebrew text of Exodus 14,
19 through 21, with each verse containing 72 letters. These names are believed to hold spiritual significance and are used in Jewish mysticism. The Sanhedrin. In Jewish tradition, the Sanhedrin, a council of sages, had 71 members. Some interpretations link the number 72 to the concept of wise and knowledgeable leaders. And then, like to say, the 72 with the connection with the Septuagint, the legend, according to the letter of Aristus, which we know is fake. 72 scholars, 6 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel, translated the Torah into the Greek. This legend emphasizes the importance and the sanctity of the translation. The number 72 symbolic meaning in Jewish tradition, representing completeness, divine connection, and to the transmission of sacred knowledge. Tehuti, let's keep it going.
So where the Septuagint came from, please, that's all I ask. Peace and love, everybody. Remember the subject matter and remember the title. Peace.
You still had like 30 seconds.
Well, that's fine.
All right, brother, put your joint on mute. Brother JJ, you got 15 minutes, 3 minutes to rebuttal. And then when you hear this sound, JJ, that means your 15 minutes will begin.
All right.
All right, go on mute, Tehuti. All right, brother JJ, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Time will start. Go.
All right, it's obvious that this brother right here, Tehuti, do not know history. Because you said you talking about the Council of Alexandria. The Council of Alexandria started in 231 AD as a council of bishops and priests that met in Alexandria.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, man. Hey, as soon as I come in, my foot on his neck. You hear me? Hey, this dude ain't ready, man.
Called by Bishop Demetrius for the purpose of declaring or origin of Alexandria. You see what I'm saying? Unworthy of the office and to be a teacher. So what I'm saying, you're going to have to prove to me about this Council of Alexandria because it started in you don't know history.
Yeah.
It started in 231.
You see how 7 times I threw it back in his boomerang. See, he got on his spider hat. I got on my spider hat. See, I have mine's a black tarantula. No, a black widower. A black widower. You hear me? Tehuti, that little tarantula you got ain't got nothing on the black widower. Yeah. Poison to put you to sleep. You see? That's what you messing with. Hey, I came in the spirit of the black widower. Widower. You know, look at the spot. You know, now he trying to put up his Papa Shango stuff for me on here, y'all. See, y'all don't know it's a spiritual battle too going on in this debate. See, y'all ain't ready for this type of stuff. That's why, the Israelites didn't appreciate, the warrior for the Israelites, when I was battling all these guys, and now look, they get knocked out. Ryan knocking y'all around. You hear me? Come on, man. So I noticed that it ain't the same since you transitioned over, JJ. I know it ain't. But heavy hitter. To Tazara taking a little. I mean, he got a good debate coming up with Pastor Bennett. Hey, I tell you what, since I slapped both of y'all around, the winner of YouTube can get to face me for the. I get one of y'all title shot at the HOK. You hear me, Tanetta? The winner of Pastor Bennett, so I slapped him around, slapped Tazariak around 3 times in debates. So I'm trying to let some of these up and comers over there. The new debaters come up and rise. This Ryan got it. Hey, they say, I remember that show, White Chocolate, the basketball show back in the day. Yeah, he over there. He like Jason Williams over there, White Chocolate. Throwing passes they ain't never seen before. Got the whole Hebrew community shook. They talking about he racist now. I said, God damn, this ain't no good look. You racist. How he racist? He coming over asking questions. Prove you Israelite. Come on, man. Now, like I say, I'm a debate mercenary. Y'all hire me. I beat Ryan. I'll beat him up for you. So it is what it is. But right now, y'all in some trouble without me.
AD Tehuti. What council is you talking about?
What counts for Tehuti? You got to come over and explain yourself. Let me call Tehuti, man. Hey, bro, I'm gonna wait till after the debate.
And like I said, everybody, Tehuti wants to put all the burden of proof on me. I didn't show you scripts of the language. I didn't show you how they preserved it. All Tehuti do it. He ain't showed not one Greek scholar, not one Greek scribe that wrote this down. And in the beginning of the debate, everybody, he said that was his source. Do not forget that. You can't take that back because it's recorded, bro. You said that was your source, a fake source. So outside of your fake source, what do you have to show that Greeks did this? Where's the Greeks that's writing this without Hebrew help? Because even in your fake letter, it says Israelites help them translate it. Let's get back to the reading, man. This dude he's full of magic and tricks and bells and whistles. All right. Now, the Septuagint is in many ways associated with the translation into Greek of the first 5 books of the Old Testament, Genesis through Deuteronomy.
Now, see how I move my hat? Hey, I did that on purpose, y'all. Because remember, I told you, Tehuti got this little spider hat and he got the snakes. So while I'm talking, y'all over there peeking in at him. See that? See, I got my hat, my Black Widower hat up there against his tarantula hat. See, it's strategic. Spiritual war going on too, man. Y'all better recognize what's going on right here.
Deuteronomy, commonly known among the scholars as the Pentateuch within the Israelite Jewish community. Traditionally, historically, the Septuagint, strictly defined, was considered the Greek translation of the Pentateuch, a translation. Scholars generally recognize that the Greek Pentateuch was the first translation of the Hebrew Bible. It is the earliest and probably occurred sometime in the mid-3rd century BCE, and it was completed within the Israelite living community in Ptolemaic Alexandria. This was the time right after the Persian Empire, where the Greek Empire has to come into prominence, led by Alexander the Greek, who began to Hellenistic age and spread Greek culture and language through the Mediterranean world. And one of the effects is that initially in the Jew community was to translate their scripture into Greek. And that began with the Pentateuch. We also have Paleo-Hebrew Levite scrolls known as the 11Q Paleo-Leviticus. It's an ancient text preserved in one of the Quorum groups of the caves, and which provides a rare glimpse of the script used formerly by the nation of Israel in writing. Okay, all right, that's it for my 3 minutes, right? Well, okay, now, this script was used formerly by the nation of Israel in writing Torah scrolls during pre-exilic history. That's Jonathan Siegel, 1979, page 28. The Paleo-Hebrew script was the only alphabet used by the Israelites. This was prior to the destruction of the first temple. So we also know that we had Hebrew scrolls down with them in Alexandria. They had the scrolls with them, Tehuti. What you thought? This is where they got the information from. They had the scrolls with them. The first 5 books is just the beginning of the story. Let's talk about the other 34 books. I know you were smiling, laughing, kiki and caca, and pet your snake, because you're getting cooked right now. These translations were also made in the Israelite communities, mostly centered in Kemet, over the following number of centuries, Tehuti, possibly into the 1st and 2nd century AD. The Septuagint wasn't complete till after the ADs, bro.
Oh, man, come on, man. How y'all missed this in the debate, man? Come on. Come on, man. Let me see who in the audience, man. Come on, man. How y'all missed this in the debate? Come on, bro. I'm knocking this dude block all the boom, 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 bop, boom, bop, bang. Come on, you wouldn't understand. Peekaboo. Jumped out. Oh, you see my little spider hat, y'all? See, Tehuti think he's slick, bring this little, that's a Velcro spider. You see, he ain't moved that one time. Now, those snakes real. Those snakes real. Yeah, Marquis, I'm gonna get him. We got a Tehuti light in the building. Let me see, hold up. Let me see. So two said that's some Jews. Hold up. Yeah. You might have to jump up here and say what you're talking about, fam. We open for everybody. But you know. Also 70 Kane and that guy. Okay. Look at Kia. See, Kia, you don't know that. You was still in high school when I did this debate, you know. You know what I'm saying? I'm showing you the legend of 7,000, Jack. You hear me? You better go look at the archives. You see something don't replay this. You don't replay the chief exit. Hey, I don't know why. These are some of your best debates, Sarnetta. Shit, what the hell going on? All right, let's keep it going.
Your Council of Alexandria started in what, 231 AD. You don't know him.
231 AD. Look, see, look. See how he put the spider. Look, see how I told. Oh, wait, I think he did move. The spider did move a little bit. I might be wrong. I thought he was because he looks shy. But you see that right here, what we have in front of the camera, y'all. You see, I told you. See now, I'm kicking him in, kicking the Hotep mummy teeth in, and I'm just joking to Tehuti. You know how we talk stuff. He flashes down the spider. See? Y'all see that? So now look, you see, I got my spider. See, my spider that got bigger, the black witherer, as you get closer. See? I'm trying to tell you, man. This spider ain't never seen a spider like that before. You hear me? I wasn't playing that day. Shit, this is spiritual war going on in this debate, man. Y'all ain't peeping the moves. All right, let's go.
History. You don't know history, buddy. All right. Oh, and then, like I said, you got to prove that this Alexandria library even existed. You got to prove that the Greeks.
You got to prove this Alexandrian library existed. You got to prove this Alexandrian council existed. You see, you got to show me these Greeks that wrote it down. And you said it. Oh, my, she's nine. Look. He's looking sad and lonely over there. Goddamn, I knew I shouldn't have even picked this goddamn debate, man. Shit. What was I thinking? Maybe I can pull up some hair and just disappear from the camera. No.
Scholars were out here writing this. I got more proof.
Yeah, you better look away. You better look away. God dang it. You in the ring with the goddamn champion. You don't gonna be this bad. And you don't gonna be this brutal, did you, Tehuti? It look easy on the outside, don't it?
Evidence showing how the language is preserved and passed down.
Hey, look, see, y'all see? There was again. See, I told y'all. See how he putting the spider in the camera? You see, y'all better be keeping game, man. This is just strategic. He wants y'all to look over there. He's about to see my spider hat blowed up too. You see? Look at my black spider. See, my black spider got a whole. See, here go the body of the spider. And then here go his legs. All these are legs. See, my spider a little different from his. You see? I'm trying to tell you. He's just hiding up under this little spot right. But my spider here, I better recognize what's going on, man.
What do you have to bring to the table? Besides a goddamn dead looking ass spider and a snake.
See? Hey, you see how my spider told me to tell this spider, this little dead ass spider. Look at my spider on my. You hear me? You see how I put the hat back in the camera? I know what I'm doing, man. Y'all look over here. I want y'all to peek at the dead spider real quick, and then come on back over here. See? Look, Tehuti hacking didn't work on me that day. I had my own I had my hacking defense up. You hear me? Don't Tehuti? Don't play with me, man. Come on, bro. I'm surgical with this.
That's all you bringing, bro. And conjecture. And lies. And magic tricks.
I ain't gonna let you do it. See, he said, man, shit. Probably about 4 years, I was gonna go tell him he to go. That's how he looking right now. See, and then 2024, I was deemed the House of Conscience to go. You know, that's one cold debater right there. Now you see how see, look, let's continue, man. Look how Tehuti looking. Look, he mad his little tricks didn't work. Pretty soon he got to pull out that goddamn another one of them animals over there. You hear me?
Moving, bro. Now there were individual scrolls of individual books that were translated, then distributed after the tradition of translation springs into life in the 3rd century AD in the Israelite community of Hellenistic Egypt. You have further books being translated, but as new books are being translated from a Hebrew scroll into the Greek scroll, you have that books then being copied by hand, one copy at a time, and then used or duplicated and distributed.
See, classes in the session now. See, what's that down doing is teaching them how things came about. You know how they translated it over, and then they had transmission. See, he ain't ready for that type of information, ladies and gentlemen. See, look, see how he looking down. See now see this ain't Tehuti right here, y'all. He didn't disappear. See, this is Tehuti. I'm telling you, bro, Tehuti a magician, bro. You see. Now look at my hat. I didn't transition to a different See now look at my spider hat. See my spider hat do more than his. You see that? I'm trying to tell you, man.
In a variety of ways, and in that process, we see the different type of processes unfold. On one hand, you have the traditional tradition that God. That the God is is to copy it just as it was wrote, preserved. And on other times we have tendencies towards revising and improving the Greek translation according to the number.
Revising and improving. Okay, wait. Okay, now some more brews coming. Hey, bro, now this ain't right here, man. You need to change it. All right, put it back out there for the people. See, he don't understand this. Look, just a knockout blow. See, look. He holding his eye, y'all. Look, the spider hanging on for dear life. You hear me? My spider power was over here. They got more juice over here. Look, see that? Look how big my spider got. You see, he came out with claws right here, y'all. See, he didn't turn into something else. I told him, man. Look, you see, look, he holding his eye, y'all. Down goes Tehuti. Yeah, that's what happened. Let me get a picture of this. Hold up, man. Shit. Yeah, I didn't know you was holding your eye in the debate, Tehuti. God damn, man. Shit. I'm gonna give me a T-shirt with this, man, on it. This what happened to you. Hey, I got Sebastian. I got what's that other guy? Sanchez. They all had mental breakdowns in the debate with me. You hear me? So now I gotta get Tehuti holding his eye, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, hold up. Let me get me in the picture too. This is iconic, y'all. You know how Muhammad Ali was like, when he knocked that dude out and he stood over him. Yeah, this is iconic right here. Yeah, I'm gonna get this T-shirt made as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. I'm selling them for $3.99. I'm gonna be fair. Since I did knock him out 3 years ago. Hey, let me get it. Hold up. Hold on. I gotta get me in the picture with him too, though. Down goes Tehuti. I told you. This nigga hold his eye, y'all. Look at him. Let's take an intermission break on that for a second. Hold up, man. Now we're gonna keep going. Tehuti, I told you. You out there listening. You out there holding your eye. You hear me? Don't you ever get in the ring with me again. Who else wants some other goddamn people's champ? Dang, look. Spider, there's the Velcro spider hanging on for dear life.
Criteria that we may or may not fully understand. But as a whole Septuagint, quote unquote, as it was coming into existence over the following centuries, Tehuti, ending in the ADs.
Centuries, Tehuti?
That were already in existence in Greek already had been translated, beginning to be revised at a fairly early stage, as other books left were not yet translated or would be translated in future centuries. So, like I said, bro, it's so we have repetition or copying. The Greek texts of the Old Testament were copied over time, revision, improvements, right. and at that time, the Jewish scholars also updated and improved the translation of several books in the Old Testament. Yeah, it might not say the same back then because they update stuff, Tehuti. That's what's going on. You can snake your head all you want, bro. Quit by itself without that goddamn letter, because all your letter doing is saying that Israelites translated. Show me something outside of that letter, Tehuti, showing Greeks did this.
Remember, he said the Greeks behind that letter. But we both know it's fake. Now, what has Tehuti brought to this debate? Y'all been watching? Come on, man. How some of y'all missed this? Come on, man.
I told you, man. I told you who you don't wear that spider hat to the debate. I got something for him. He didn't listen. Look at my spider hat. Man, you better far back. Let's go. It's just like he trying to say, well, the Greeks were over. And I just like, who won the championship for the Lakers? Kobe and Shaq or Jenny Buss? Kobe and Shaq did all the goddamn work, not Jenny Buss. So what the hell is you talking about? Now, like I said, we have revision, improvements, and at that time, the Jewish scholars also updated and improved the translation of several books. In the opinion of scholars, the reason for the revision was there were a number of traditions that we could allocate the textual. Hey, man, I see how I'm moving that spider head across the screen. I'm telling you, man. And then look, see now, look, see this hand right here?
Well, hey, hang on, man. This is one of my best ass whoopings I put out on one of these characters. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? I told you. You little dead spider up there ain't moved the whole debate.
On the hat, that's the hand that smacked him in the goddamn. This hand smacked him in the goddamn back to consciousness because he was unconscious. Now you're back in consciousness. Now you're sitting there learning. Now you're looking humble. Hey, I love you, Tehuti, my student, man. That was my protege. I took him around the community. You hear me? Once he got that lion's den belt, he took off. That's how a champion supposed to do it, though. I ain't gonna lie, Tehuti did it right. Some of you guys, like the Cedrics, see, Tehuti didn't run from no smoke. He ran to it. I said, Tehuti, hey, I'm going over here, bro. Let's go. And when he introduced him, man, I'm the Lions Den champion, nigga. I mean, he ain't say nigga, you know, Tehuti don't talk like that. But yeah. You see this hand right here? This is a hand right here. See? This hat right here ain't no joke, man. Y'all ain't paying attention. Transmission of the Septuagint. In terms of translation approach and goals for revision, the Pentateuch itself, the kind of translation style that was established or approach taken, it established in its own tradition other books that came later, like the Minor Prophets, the Book of the Judges, Psalms, continue the great general approach. We also have a tradition that we might call a paraphrasing tradition. Books like Proverbs or Job or Isaiah were there. Now, I'm reading off my notes. I wrote all this down. That's what I just write it all out. Man, I would have fear that what my PowerPoint crashed. You know, you got to write your notes down and use your PowerPoint. Lazy debaters nowadays, man. Where there are substantial pluses and minuses, rearrangement of portions of the text in the Greek translation itself is more of a paraphrase, but then you have the revisional tradition where you have, in that tradition, you have books like Judges, Samuel's, Kings, and the Minor Prophets. There is a revision, and there are two general emphases for the revision. One is to make the translation better to correlate with the existing Hebrew manuscript, Tehuti, and two, update the Greek language usage. Take the existing Greek translation to make it closer in word for word kind of order to an existing Hebrew source text. They're using Hebrews to the Hebrew manuscripts to update and make sure everything's correct. When is Tehuti going to show us anything about Greeks translating this? Who did he got? He has this letter. Let me get to my screen, son. How much time I got? Let me get to my screen. Hold on. Let me get to my screen.
You got 8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Cool. All right. Cool. See, what Tehuti failed to realize is that there's a certain order in everything.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna take you through the order of how we kept things in order. The New Testament was originally written in Hebrew, as the following scholars agree. You know what I'm saying? This is by Dr. D. Briggs, PhD at Walden University. He got Bevan, Blizzard, Grant, Ming, Segal, Dam, etc., all agreeing with this guy, right? The New Covenant original language was neither Greek nor Aramaic, as popular wisdom goes, but rather in Hebrew, the same Hebrew language that the Tanakh, the Old Testament was written in. That's by Dr. D. Briggs, PhD, Walden University. All right. Not only is it logical that it should be Hebrew, since Yeshua and the disciples were from a Hebrew-speaking country, but there are many internal and external proofs that reinforce this logic. Furthermore, Yeshua was living in Judea, surrounded by Jew disciples who had as their sacred text the Tanakh, written almost entirely in Hebrew. Proof found within the scriptures themselves. Go look at Luke 23 and 38. And the superscription also was written over him in letters of Hebrew. This was the king of the Jews. If Yeshua and the Jews spoke Aramaic, as many have misled to believe, why is not Aramaic listed rather than Hebrew? After all, this sign was written for just the vast majority of Israel, including the common folk, not just single scriptural proof alone. It's overwhelmingly compelling that Hebrew was very much alive and still in use in Israel at that time. Hebrew was still very much alive during the Messiah's earthly ministry and afterwards. Who should one trust? Who has attempted to beguile many of our scriptures? And obviously, Paul, later known as Apostle Paul, understood Hebrew, who was educated at the feet of a Hebrew-speaking scholar. This added proof that the Hebrew was very active in Israel during the time of Yeshua HaMashiach and beyond. That's by Dr. D. Briggs, PhD, Walden University. When is Tehuti going to bring some sources? Let's go. Now, at Matthew 5 and 18, Christ said, not a jot, Tehuti, not a tittle will pass. Both of these refer to the Hebrew alphabet, Tehuti. Why would Yeshua Christ refer to Hebrew within an audience who supposedly spoke Aramaic and thus would not have understood him? Obviously, his audience, Tehuti, they spoke Hebrew. What's wrong with you, bro? Now, why would Yah inspire the disciples of Christ to write Yeshua's biography and teaching in a language that the Jews hated and that the apostles could not have known since they were all Jews? This does not make sense. What was the language of ordinary life of educated native Jews in Jerusalem and Judea in the period of 400 BC to 150 CE? The evidence presented by Mishnah Hebrew as the literature leaves no doubt that the language was Mishnah Hebrew. That's the companion Bible, E.W. Bullinger, Appendix 94. Hebrew continued to be used as a spoken and written language even after the 4th century, including the New Testament period. That's the Oxford Dictionary of the Christian Church, 3rd edition, 1997. There were debates raging concerning the destruction of the scrolls in the New Testament because they contain the divine name of Yah. And even in the Greek, when they translated, they made sure they put the divine name of YHWH. Why would they do that if Greeks wrote that, Tehuti? That's a question you need to answer. This debate clearly documents that the Gospels were written in Hebrew in early church history. You can find that in the Babylonian Talmud, Shabbat 116a, the Jerusalem Talmud, Shabbat 15c, and the Tosefta Shabbat 13.5. Like I said, this debate over the 4 Gospels and the book of Matthew. Matthew was put down, and the words of the Lord in the Hebrew language, and others have translated them each at their best as they could. As Papias, bishop of Hierapolis, 150 AD, Matthew indeed preceded his gospel written among the Hebrews in their own dialect. As Irenaeus, 120 to 202 AD, Bishop of Lions of France. Let's keep it moving, bro. I'm showing you how we keeping the language together. We keep it within ourselves. There were also debates raised. Okay, I read that one. Hold up. The first gospel composed in the Hebrew language was written by Matthew for those who came to faith of Judaism, Oregon, 225 AD. Matthew was first preached to the Hebrews, and then when he went out to the others, also he transmitted his gospels in writing in his native language. That's Ecclesiastical History 3, 24 and 6. So Hootie, when you gonna bring a source? Matthew collected and wrote the oracles in the Hebrew language. That's Ecclesiastical History 3, 39 and 16. I'm busting your head with sources. The New Testament was originally written in Hebrew, and like I said, Dr. D. Briggs, PhD, Walden University, these are the people who agree with him. I already told you. Grant, Losi, Sean Fitt, Trim, Segal, and Dan. Let's keep it moving, bro. My time is almost up. Let's keep it moving. Now, God's nature and character is consistent. Yah talk
3 minutes, JJ. 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Y'all talked to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and what later became known as the Hebrew language. Y'all use this language to speak to the Israelites at Mount Sinai. It is the language in which the 10 Commandments were written by Yahweh's own finger. It's also the language he used to speak to all the patriarchs and prophets. He even had the Old Testament written primarily in this language. It is now logical to believe that Yah, for no apparent reason, suddenly changed his mind, Malachi 3 and 6, and surprisingly began to use Greek, a new completely foreign language, to write the New Testament. Such absurd thinking presents a lot of problematic difficulties. Let's keep it moving, man. And like I say, for I, the Lord, do not change. Therefore, O you children of Israel of Jacob, are not consumed, as Malachi 3 and 6. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Josephus disdained the Greek language. He didn't even like it. I have also taken great deal of pains to obtain the learning of the Greeks. I understand the elements of the Greek language. I cannot pronounce Greek with sufficient exactness. For our nation does not encourage those to learn the language of many nations, because the Jew looked upon this sort of accomplishment as common, but they give him the testimony of being a wise man who fully acquainted with our Jewish law. In contrast, there have been many who have done their endeavors with great patience to obtain this Greek learning. There have yet hardly seen so many as 2 or 3 who have succeeded therein, who are immediately all rewarded for their pains. That's the Antiquity of Jews 20 and 21. Jews had an aversion towards the Greeks, especially on religious matters. It's reflected and recorded by the gospel writer.
Look at this idiot inside the chat. He gonna pay $2. JJ is letting us Hebrews down. Yeah, Yahweh, Shalom, Ankh, Allah. You letting us down with this whole name right here, bro. No, man, come on, bro. So I ain't even to pay no guy like that any attention. You Shalom, Ankh, Allah, Yahweh. Now you let that marinate before you even put up a comment about me, sir. Or get over here and face me in the ring.
And the historian Luke, in that violent incident where an angry Jewish mob developed upon the false report that Paul brought Greeks with him in the temple worship during his last visit in Jerusalem. That's in Acts 21 through 27. This led to Paul's arrest and imprisonment. And you can read that Acts 21 through 27 and 29, but I want to keep it moving. Now, Hebrew Aramaic was actually the common language of first century Judea. All honest historians agree, Tehuti, that Christ and his disciples commonly spoke in Aramaic, a sister dialect to Hebrew, which is also the common language in all Judea and surrounding regions in the first century. Sadly, popular Christian teachings deceitfully want us to believe that Greek was the common language, which is also the false reason given to support the erroneous belief that the Greek was an original language of the New Testament. It was not the original language of the New Testament or the Old Testament. Tehuti, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hebrew Aramaic was also the native language of all Christ's disciples. All of Christ's disciples were Hebrews who also spoke Aramaic.
All right, let's go, Tehuti. You got 3 minutes in this round to rebut, and then we'll begin to get into your last and final round. Brothers and sisters.
Senator?
Yes, hold on, brothers and sisters. Get your questions ready. Remember, just ask the question. That's it. No teaching. We got the teachers here tonight. Just ask your question. And maybe you can call in again and ask another question. Go ahead, Brother Tehuti, before we get into 3 minutes.
Okay, good. Am I muted? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. So, yes, I want to keep it at the 2 rounds and go into the question. I don't want to waste any time on the third round. We're just doing the 2 rounds and get into the
He running, y'all. You see? He ready to get the hell up out of that, man. Shit. Nah, we 3 rounds, bro. The hell going on?
Into the conversation that we
Okay, all right, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So
what
you are doing right now is rebuttaling him.
Yes.
And
yes.
then
You see what I'm saying? Now we signed that. I let it slide, but we signed up for 3 rounds. We lined up for 3 rounds. I had some more haymakers. He already, you see them holding his eye. So yeah, I'm gonna cut him a break.
Into the the closing up, the cross examination.
Hey, sorry, I gotta take a leak real quick.
Yeah. All right, brother. You want to rebuttal him right now, or you wait till he get back?
Maybe I'll start rebuttal. I'll start.
Yeah.
Okay, just this really. Oh boy, this is crazy. Let me go ahead and just let me go ahead and do a screen share. This is kind of quick.
Hey, you see Tehuti ain't smiling like he was earlier. Look at him, y'all.
I want everybody to know what this is right here. This is a tactic that is used in conversation.
Now, I will give him that. He is the first person to bring to the community Gish Gallop. I don't know why Chris Harris trying to take credit for it. You seen this debate. I ain't never heard you say it before this debate, so cut it out. But guess what? I wasn't Gish Galloping Tehuti.
Where people try to sway the audience from the original topic, and it's called Gish Gallop. When you present your opponent with many brief arguments to his position across a wide range field, most of which are outside the area of expertise, Gish looks like an expert of many fields. The opponent can't address most of the evidence due to the lack of sufficient time. JJ 7000 has given us information on New Testament, Paul, everything except for subject matter. JJ acknowledges that the Septuagint, the original one, was added onto. Who was it added onto by, though? What are the references that JJ gave? JJ gave references of it being added onto by Jews, not the Jews that he calls Jews.
Oh,
you see, he's talking about the Jews.
So wait. So now you gonna try to differentiate between the Jews? I mean, what are you talking about, sir? You didn't prove. I mean, did you prove that there was a difference? What Jews I'm talking about? What are you talking about? When I was a Hebrew Israelite, I'm talking about the ones that they black. You know what I'm saying? What the hell you talking about, bro? Yeah, see, I got them shook. I mean, hold up, man. What the hell going on? Come on, man. Got him shook, man. There we go.
He believes fulfills Revelations 2:9, which says, "I know the blasphemy of those who call themselves Jews, but they are not."
Now he want to tell me what I believe. Now who gets Gallagher? Who's straw managing? You know, who filibustering and all the most special words and strawberry red herrings and all this old mess y'all want to throw up there to make it sound, come on, bro. Who fallacy? Who doing the fallacies and all that? You're doing a Jashu fallacy, a Jashu guy. That's what we got a new one to add to there. That's what you doing. You don't see Cedric was guilty of it. Now I'm going to read the definition of what this means in a debate. Man, get up out of here, man. Cut it out.
They're the synagogues of Satan. So he's talking about European Jews, which he despises.
What is he talking about? What are you talking about, y'all? Y'all didn't hear me distinguish any Jew who I'm talking about. You make it actually. Now you trying to appeal to the audience to some kind of, this is what he's doing over here. I know what he's thinking, and come on, bro. Man, this is bad.
They added to the Septuagint because that's what Europeans do. They keep adding on to their books. This is their agenda. Yes. Were any ancient black
I ain't putting it on the European
Hebrews a part of that council?
Confident that he is about this Alexandrian council? Okay.
Talking about the actual original Septuagint, not the one, not what was added onto it over a period of time. The original Septuagint is only in Greek language. He keeps bringing up commentary in the New Testament. This is what JJ is doing. He's bringing up commentary. I simply asked a simple question, which is what started this whole debate, is, JJ, do you have a story from ancient Hebrews that dates back to the time of the origin of the Septuagint, 287 BC, claiming how they put together the Septuagint and wrote it in Greek? I'm just asking where is the Greek story? This man is everything JJ gives is after the fact of what happened in 287. I said council instead of library. Okay, so I want to say that I meant to say the Library of Alexandria. This is where this information is found. The Library of Alexandria goes back to the time of the Ptolemies and back to the time of the Septuagint. The Septuagint only traces to this area with these people. JJ has not shown that that information is incorrect. If it traces back to some other culture, where does it trace back to? The Septuagint is only a Greek book. Then this man is saying, he throws this upon the screen. God's nature and character is consistent. Of course, it's not. But Yah talked to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden of what later became known.
Did y'all hear him? Nah, he talking about he meant to say the library. See what I'm talking about, man? As I bust his head with the council now, I said wait a minute, y'all. I meant to say I was talking about the library. But guess what, sir? That library don't exist neither. There's no archaeological proof it ever existed. If it is, you better show it. Prove it. You can't.
As the Hebrew language, this is so far from incorrect. I've already shown what he's calling the Hebrew language is a young language around 600 BC. Even the ancient Proto-Hebrew is 1200 BC, and it's actually Canaanite. Proto-Hebrew is a European term invented to put themselves in history. The ancient people of 1200 BC did not call themselves Hebrew, nor did they call that language Proto-Hebrew. He says Yah used this language to speak to the Israelites in Mount Sinai. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand everything that JJ is showing is commentary. None of this thing that I'm reading here, this is from JJ. I screenshotted it at 1 hour and 28 minutes. JJ showing this as this is commentary. This is not what the Hebrews actually said. He's saying that they spoke to all the prophets and had the Old Testament written in the Hebrew language. Fine, then JJ, I'm asking you, can you show us some books in the Old Testament written in this ancient Hebrew language, which has to look like Canaanite?
JJ, you here?
Yeah. I'm here.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
So,
are we doing?
No. Share your screen for what?
Oh, okay.
You seen this debate 3 years. There's your proto Hebrew right there. Your proto Canaanite. There it is right there. See y'all? Told you. All right, let's keep going, man. You're not ready for me. Let's get back to where we was at. See? I don't know why he come around playing around with 7,000. Hold up. Let's get back to it. You see that on the screen right there, y'all. I showed it. Let me see where was we at. He's about right here.
Of why they would call their sacred scriptures the Septuagint. And then JJ, I'm asking you, can you show us some books in the Old Testament written in this ancient Hebrew language, which has to look like Canaanite?
JJ, you here?
Yeah. I'm here.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
So,
are we doing?
No. Share your screen for what?
Okay, what are we doing now?
We are in the cross-examination round.
I'm going first.
You will have 10 minutes to question Tehuti, but he will also have a minute to answer it uninterrupted.
Okay.
You can't cut him off. If you ask him a question, he have to answer the question within a minute.
Okay.
After that, he gets cut off.
Right.
Okay?
Get it.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your 10 minutes will start when your first question ends.
All right. So, Tehuti, can you show me any Greek scribes or scholars who put this work together? Can you show me that? I didn't hear him. You say no?
No, I cannot show you any scribes.
Okay.
I cannot show.
JJ, stop.
My fault. Go ahead.
Okay, brother. Again, you have to let the man answer the question. You can't stop him until he's ready. If you want to stop me for a minute, that's cool. But if you want to go on, you cannot stop him. All right. Let's start this over. We're gonna start the time over. Go ahead, JJ. I know. Go ahead, brother.
All right,
ask
brother
me the question
Tehuti,
again.
can you show us any Greek scholar or scribe that wrote the Greek Septuagint?
Let me do a screen. Oh, am I muted? I'm unmuted.
No
now.
screen sharing. Just answer the question.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, since I can't screen share, so in the beginning I showed the Septuagint and it's only in Greek. I have the name of no Greek scribe. No. I have the name of nobody who wrote anything. We just know the Septuagint. The Septuagint is in Greek and was found amongst the Ptolemies in the Library of Alexandria and dates back to the time of Ptolemy of Philadelphus II. I do not claim any Greek scribe wrote anything, and that is not what this debate is about.
Okay. So can you show us? Okay, in that letter, the letter of Arterius, does this say that Israelites translated the Hebrew into Greek?
Yes, the letter says that the Israelites, the Jews, translated the Torah. If we go by that letter, it only pertains to the Torah, and both of us say that letter is fake. So that letter is not admissible in this case.
So once again, do you feel that you provided any evidence in this debate that Greeks wrote this Bible? The Greeks wrote the Septuagint?
Am I muted? Yes, by actually presenting the actual papyrus of the Septuagint itself, which is only in Greek, and the archaeology that it only traces back to the Library of Alexandria and the Ptolemies, which were all Greek, and there is no evidence of that Greek papyrus tracing back to any other culture other than the Greeks.
Okay. So what you're basically telling us, you don't have no Greek scholars, no Greek scribes to prove your case, right?
Is that I'm unmuted. What I have is the actual Septuagint writings itself in Greek, found in an area that Greeks controlled under a Greek ruler in a library that was controlled by Greeks. No evidence whatsoever of anyone else being involved other than Greeks. That's all we have in history. Everything else is conjecture.
Is the letter, right? So in that letter, once again, Tehuti, who do it say translated the Hebrew into Greek?
Not the letter, the actual Septuagint papyrus itself.
That's not my question, Tehuti. I said, in that letter, who is it saying did the translations?
I've upped it.
Okay.
You can't cut him off. If you ask him a question, he have to answer the question within a minute.
Okay.
After that, he gets cut off.
Right.
Okay?
Get it.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Your 10 minutes will start when your first question ends.
All right. Tehuti, can you show me any Greek scribes or scholars who put this work together? Can you show me that? I didn't hear him. You say no?
No, I cannot show you any scribes.
Okay.
I cannot show.
JJ, stop.
My fault. Go ahead.
Okay, brother. Again, you have to let the man answer the question. You can't stop him.
I thought it was a hot.
If you
I thought it was kind of like a hot seat type style. You know, that's why I did that. That's my bad.
Stop me for a minute. That's cool.
All right.
But if you want to go on, you cannot stop him. All right. Let's start this over. We're gonna start the time over. Go ahead, JJ. I know. Go ahead, brother.
All right, brother Tehuti. Can you show us any Greek scholar or scribe that wrote the Greek Septuagint?
Let me do a screen. Oh, am I muted? I'm unmuted.
No
now.
screen sharing. Just answer the question.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, since I can't screen share, so in the beginning I showed the Septuagint, and it's only in Greek. I have the name of no Greek scribe.
No.
I have the name of nobody who wrote anything. We just know the Septuagint. The Septuagint is in Greek and was found amongst the Ptolemies in the Library of Alexandria and dates back to the time of Ptolemy of Philadelphus II. I do not claim any Greek scribe wrote anything, and that is not what this debate is about.
Okay. So can you show us? Okay, in that letter, the letter of Arterius, does it say that Israelites translated the Hebrew into Greek?
Yes, the letter says that the Israelites, the Jews, translated the Torah. If we go by that letter, it only pertains to the Torah, and both of us say that letter is fake. So that letter is not admissible in this case.
So once again, do you feel that you provided any evidence in this debate that Greeks wrote this Bible? That Greeks wrote the Septuagint?
Am I muted? Yes, by actually presenting the actual papyrus of the Septuagint itself, which is only in Greek, and the archaeology that it only traces back to the Library of Alexandria and the Ptolemies, which were all Greek, and there is no evidence of that Greek papyrus tracing back to any other culture other than the Greeks.
Okay. So what you're basically telling us, you don't have no Greek scholars, no Greek scribes to prove your case, right?
Is that I'm unmuted. What I have is the actual Septuagint writings itself in Greek, found in an area that Greeks controlled under a Greek ruler in a library that was controlled by Greeks. No evidence whatsoever of anyone else being involved other than Greeks. That's all we have in history. Everything else is conjecture.
Is the letter, right? So in that letter, once again, Tehuti, who do it say translated the Hebrew into Greek?
Not the letter, the actual Septuagint papyrus
No,
itself.
that's not my question, Tehuti. I said, in that letter, who is it saying did the translations?
In that false letter, it says that 72 Hebrews did it in that false letter. Yes, it says that. Not admissible.
In the beginning, sorry about that, too. You done?
Full of historical inaccuracies and non-admissible. Says a lot of things, and one of the false things it says is that 72 Hebrews did it. The letter says has many inaccuracies, and we threw that letter out because we both acknowledge the letter is false.
No, we didn't throw the letter up because now, can you acknowledge at the beginning of the debate, did you not say that letter was your source?
No, I did not say that.
Do we have to rewind the tape? Yes, you said that, bro.
My source of their story, that is my source of their story. I do not believe in their story, but if somebody was to ask me, what is the source of a story in Marvel Comics? I'm going to give the Marvel Comics manuscripts. I may give Stan Lee or whoever it is that made up the story or the superheroes. I'll say Spider-Man is found in this book, and this is what it says about Spider-Man. Do I believe that actually took place? Absolutely not. There's many historical errors in the Spider-Man movie. But if you want to know about Spider-Man, here's the source. It's in that comic book.
All right, Tui. Will you agree that the Khabar's Codex is the oldest Peshitta Aramaic text available?
I don't know if I agree to that because can you hear me, JJ?
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree to that because this debate is not about people from Aramea or Aramaic. It's about Hebrews. So I don't know if I agree or disagree to anything that deals with Aramaic culture.
Have you ever heard of the Comoros Codex?
Heard of it? Studied it? No. Heard of it? Yes. Studied it? No. What about it?
It's the oldest Procedo Aramaic text available. You know, but I'm not going to get into it. I got more questions for you. Now, do you actually feel that you proved in this debate that Greeks wrote the Septuagint?
No, because that's not what this debate is about.
It is. This debate is about you made the statement. Okay, Tehuti, have you ever came on here and made the statement that Greeks wrote the Bible?
I've been teaching for about 35 years. So sometime in my 35 years, did I ever say that Greeks wrote a Bible? I may have. Did I say that in this? Is that what
I told y'all? Talking about he may have. He could have, would have. No, you did say it, bro. That is what the contention was in the back chat or when we met up on stage, where we had the conversation on the phone. Come on, bro. You see how I'm looking at him? Come on, man. Now he may have in his 30. No, it wasn't up 30 years ago. It was 4 years ago when we did the debate.
this debate is about? No. This debate is no. This debate is about who put the Septuagint together.
Would you agree that I have more evidence showing that Israelites wrote and translated the Septuagint, or would you say that Greeks translated it?
Great question. I would say none. You have presented no evidence whatsoever that.
Now you say what? Whoa. Now you saying none. You ain't got no Greek evidence, but you want to discredit my trailer evidence, ladies and gentlemen. So he didn't bring no evidence.
Any group of Hebrews in 287 BC that translated anything to anything. None of your references were from 287 BC, and I want to remind you and everybody else that I have a minute to answer. I want to remind you and everybody else that this debate is about a set of papyrus that was found that dates back to 287 BC. So all we can discuss is who was there in 287 BC? Was there Hebrews that were doing it? We have no record of that. We just know that it's a Greek manuscript. That's all we know. So I'm going to give it to the Greeks.
Can you show me any Greek scribe or scholar that wrote this down by himself?
I'm not sure if this is a
answer, bro.
I'm not sure if this is the Mandela effect, but it sounds like you just asked me this a minute ago.
Keep going.
Oh, okay. Again, I have no reference to translating anything into the Greek because there's no archaeological or history evidence of that story. That story only exists in Aristides' letter. Aristides is the only reference at that time that there was anything translated from one thing to the next. So thus, I have no evidence of a fake story. We don't believe in that story, do we?
No, you believe it because in the beginning of the debate, I'm gonna go back and play it. You said that was your source when the very first thing when you came on here. Now you cut. Now, what Council of Alexandria are you talking about when the one I'm talking about started in 231 AD? You said the Council of Alexandria. I got it on tape. So what council are you talking about?
While you were in the bathroom, you took a bathroom break. And while you were in the bathroom, yeah, I said library. Okay. All the evidence of the Septuagint, the one in 287 BC that became known as the Septuagint later, that book of Bible books, only to any Hebrews, and I'm waiting for just a Hebrew link. Give me a Hebrew link from the Hebrews.
Question, okay, now you asked that when it's your turn.
Okay.
All right. Now, did you prove in this debate that the Ptolemies translated the Hebrew into Greek?
Not at all, because that's not what the debate. That's not what the debate topic is. The debate topic is not about who translated anything. I don't see that in the title.
So would you say?
Last question.
Okay, yeah. That who did the most work, and according to your understanding, did the Ptolemies translate the Hebrew to the Greek, or were there scribes and scholars that did this? Which one?
Beautiful question. All we have is Greek writings from the Ptolemaic area. So there is no reference to anybody translating anything, like I've said before. And I'll say this, the only reason why anyone on the planet thinks that there's a story of a translation is from the letter of Aristes, which we've thrown out. We don't take me and you don't take the letter of Aristes as historical fact. You said that's not historical fact. It's full of errors. I also agreed. So thus we crumple up what is not historical fact and toss it out. Now that we toss it out, we have no link that anybody translated anything.
All right, brother JJ, it is on you to receive the questions. Tehuti, it is on you to give the question. You got 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes to ask questions to brother JJ. He have a minute to answer it. You cannot interrupt them. If you want to end this question less than a minute, that's fine. You can begin, brother. Your time starts at the end of your question.
Can I be heard, JJ?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. According to your side of the debate, if we go by your story, after the Hebrews translated it, who would you say assembled it in the order that it's in right now? Not who did it, but who assembled it afterwards, after they did their job of translating it. Who actually assembled it?
Who assembled it? I can't hear you.
Oh, was it just papers thrown around in the air, or was it assembled into a book and distributed? Who assembled it after it was translated?
Who assembled it? I don't know. There's no proof because, like you said, you can't use your letter of Atarius. You can't use that. But what we can do, we can look and see that there is no proof of Greeks learning Hebrew to even translate it over. So the evidence leans more towards my way, for the simple strength that Hebrew has to be translated over to a different language, and no Greeks done this. So the evidence is leaning towards me. Our people translated it over. Even in your fake letter that you used in the beginning of the debate to say that this was your source, said 72. But now you want to flip the script in the middle of the debate. Now he wants to flip the script in the middle of the debate and say he don't believe in the letter. Which one is it, Tehuti? We're not doing no tricks for kid magic.
All right, go ahead, Tehuti.
Okay, the Septuagint, at least the original one, not all the people that added hundreds of years later, but the Septuagint that we're talking about, where was it found, and what language was it in?
The Septuagint found. I don't know exactly where it was found because, like I say, it is a compilation of different scrolls put together and sent out and revised. So there is no one complete book. This was put together over centuries, like I told you before. You're trying to make it like it was just put together in a couple of years. So we're not going to do that, Tehuti. This, I'm still speaking, brother. Have some discipline. Have some comedic discipline. This book was not put together in a couple of years, everybody. It was put together over centuries, and by the end of the 2nd century AD is when, or 1st century, that's when it was complete. So there's been revisions. There's been different copies sent out. Go ahead, Tootie.
Am I muted? Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
I agree it was added on. What I'm speaking about and what I'm here to debate about is the one that was in 287 BC, the source, the Septuagint that we're talking about that has the books of Genesis to Malachi in Greek. Where was that found? The one in 287 BC. Where was that found and what language was that in? That's a simple question.
Okay,
that one.
You just asked me that. You just asked me that, but I'm answering for you again. The Septuagint was, like I say, found, and it was put together over time. Now you talking about where did they find this? It was never lost, bro. What are you talking about? How was it lost? They've been had track of the Septuagint. You acting like we found it in the dead, in the Quorum Caves or something, bro. So, like I said, this was put together over time, and y'all do not let Tehuti fool y'all into thinking that this was something that was short and sweet. Over centuries, this has been put together, and it was done at the 2nd century A.D. Now, what was the rest of your question?
What is the oldest origin date of the Septuagint?
And
I'm sorry, according to all of your sources, what is the oldest origin date of the Septuagint? I'm not here to discuss how people added on to it. People put things in the Bible. The original origin date of the Septuagint, what is that date?
The original origin date is not important for the simple fact, like I said, it was put together over centuries of time. So it don't matter if it all wasn't together, because they added the other 34 books later on. If you was listening to my goddamn presentation, you would have heard that. Why is it that you're not listening, brother? It was put together over time. So the year, I don't really know the exact year, the very first one. I'm gonna be honest with you, but that don't make that you're gonna win this debate, because I don't know one question. You can't even show us where the Greeks that translated this without Hebrews. You have nobody.
All right.
JJ 7000. All these Hebrew books were called the Septuagint or the 70. Could you tell us why it was called that from a Hebrew perspective, please?
According to the legend, this is why it was called that. Because they said 70 Israelite scribes. This is why they call it that. Because even the Greeks want giving credit to Israelite question. So yes, in that the 70 means 70 Israelites. That's what it means, Tehuti. Who else are they giving? I still got time to speak. Who else are they giving this 70 credit to? It's not 70 Greeks. It's the Greeks that did this. At least in your fake letter or the tale, it's giving the credit to Israelites and nobody else. So you can't even win with your fake letter, buddy.
All right,
okay. I don't think JJ heard the question that I asked. I don't know if that's going to be in my time, but I asked from a Hebrew perspective. Remember, we're not using the fake letter. The letter is fake. It's gone. That's a false letter. Let's go by reality from the Hebrew perspective. From just the Hebrew perspective writings, why did the ancient Hebrews call their original Bible 70 or LXX or Septuagint? Why was it called that just from a Hebrew perspective, not from the Greek story, that's garbage. Just from you as a Hebrew, could you tell us the story of why they called it the Septuagint, please?
Yeah, because there was a legend, according to there's a legend, everybody, that 70 Israelites, you see, Tehuti, even your fake letter you lose, because they call it 70 because there's 70 Israelites who translated the Hebrew language over to the Greek. There's nowhere is it saying there's 70 Greek scribes and scholars who put this together and wrote it down. If they knew how to do this, if they knew the Hebrew, why would they invite Hebrews over to translate it? They dumbasses didn't even know how to speak it. They didn't know. So even with your fake letter, it's giving credence to Israelites. Even without your fake letter, I'm showing you a goddamn paper trail of how this language was transmitted and revised and passed down.
Time.
Okay, so in other words, JJ. Yes. In other words, JJ, you're telling us you have no ancient Hebrew story that explains anything in their culture about a Septuagint. You keep going back to the letter. That letter's garbage. JJ, do you have a Hebrew source of why they would call their sacred scriptures the Septuagint? Why did the Hebrews do that according just to your story? Don't go by the letter, just the Hebrew story. Give me the ancient Hebrew story of how it came to be in Greek from the Hebrew, please.
So you want a Hebrew talking about this, right? Let me find him. I got him in my notes. Hold up, buddy. I got a Hebrew for you. No. Hebrew. That's his claim.
No, I'm not a Hebrew. An ancient Hebrew story.
Oh, don't turn this to a circle.
An ancient Hebrew story from their perspective in those times of why they did it. Not some Jewish rabbi from 10 years ago. I want the Hebrew story from the Hebrews, the ancient ones.
I'm going to give
that were there in that
bro,
time.
If you
Yes.
give me time, bro. I didn't interrupt you. Let me find it in my notes. Stop the time for a second. I got you, buddy. Let me see where's his ass at. Let's see. Let me find him right here. Hold up. His name is Austeritas. Hold up. I'm not pronouncing it right. Let me find him. I got him right here. He has also claimed to have been one of the ones who wrote who translated. This was an Israelite. Let me find him. Real quick. Let me find him. Hold up. So just stop my time, son, so it don't affect.
No, you ain't got no time, brother. Just answer the question.
Okay, well,
and then
you know what? Like I said, I have an Israelite. I'm gonna look it up when the people call, and I'm gonna show you this is an Israelite. I told it to Garfield the other day. So I'm gonna pull him up. This is an Israelite saying that he was also part of the translation, Arstolius. Let me look it up. But other than that, I can't pull it up right now. But during the question, people will call in. I got you. I got over 160 goddamn slides, bro. Let me go through it. I got you.
To save either one of you brothers in this debate, Nepal has risen the bar. His minister the day before yesterday. She said, "My bad. I made a mistake. I was wrong." So I want to tell both of you brothers, it's all right to say, "I don't have it. I got to get it.
Right.
I'm wrong." It's all right to say that. You know why? Because nobody knows everything.
Right.
We act like when we admit that I don't know it or I'm wrong, it's like a loss. That don't mean you lose a debate. That shows that you are a smart and intelligent person. Because when you start making up shit and then you get yourself in trap, that's when you lose the debate. Right. But when you say, I don't know that, let me go and look that up. That's the smartest answer you could give, brother. Right. So I just wanted to say that. Right now, we are in.
Right there.
No, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late, brother.
Too late.
Brother, it's too late. It's too late. We are moving forward now.
I'm gonna read
it's too late.
It's over with. No, it ain't gonna
you can do that. You can do that. Like in the question and answer, you can go into that.
I got it there.
Okay. now we are into the closing argument. Tehuti, you want to close out or you want JJ to close out?
He went first. I'm I'm closing out last. He went first, right?
That is true.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Close out. You got 10 minutes to close out.
Oh, so long. Okay, good. 10 minutes. Let me go ahead and
you can share your screen on the closeout.
Okay, thank you.
10-minute closeout, sir?
Yes. Oh, hold up.
Nah, I ain't think we closed out 10 minutes.
No, I don't think we should take that long.
Damn,
that long.
What was it yesterday?
They just closed out like 3 minutes. It's a
Yeah,
closing argument.
I think it was 5 minutes.
Okay.
3 to 5 minutes is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Go ahead, Tootie.
Oh, okay, no problem. Thank you. Again, I'll just show the screen again. JJ must show a primary source reference from ancient Hebrew stating themselves that the dates of the time of the event that they took their Hebrew books, Genesis to Malachi, and turned it into Greek. This would be a major historical event and change in Hebrew tradition that could only have been permitted by the highest priestly authority, documented authority, and record of such an act. I asked JJ repeatedly, which I've asked him in this debate, where is the ancient Hebrew story which you have all witnessed this? I asked him just a minute ago, where is the ancient Hebrew story of this? And he consistently says, I don't have it right now. Just like he did in front of everybody, I don't have it right now. He may bring up Aristobuli. He may bring up a so-called Jew named Aristobuli, not knowing that Aristobuli was 100 BC. Unfortunately, that is 200 plus years after the Septuagint. So Aristobuli was, anyways, we shall see if he has the document today. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, of this whole thing is that there are no ancient Hebrew texts of any full books that could have been translated, and that's why we don't find any ancient Hebrew books, full books. Remember, Genesis is a full book. Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, these are full books. They don't have any ancient full books that anybody could have translated into any kind of full Bible. I've asked JJ several times if he can present where are the books that they translated it from. He presents the Tanakh. He presents the Masoretic text. He presents Aleppo Codex. He presents the Dead Sea Scrolls. None of these go back to the time of the so-called prophets, and none of these are written in the ancient so-called Hebrew text. They're all written in this modern day. Can you see it? This is the actual papyri of the text that he's bringing up. This is modern day Hebrew with the dots, which he admitted in his own opening when he read the thing that the dots were added by modern day Masoretic people. JJ cannot show any of this. We are looking for the Hebrew rendition. That is what this debate is about.
Hey, brother, Sen, what's your name? Hey, brother, this debate is 4 years old, bro. I mean, bro, I could debate just about anything. Now, if you want to come on and set up the kind of debate you and let me put the link in the chat. Hold up. Yeah, there go the link, bro, if you want to jump on. This brother right here said this. Yeah. Yeah, bro. So, like, that debate's 4 years old, bro. And even when I was Hebrew, like, Tehuti failed to present his case. Now, if you want to come up here and present that case, we can open that case back up. Let's keep going.
If you find a book in Greece, written in Greek, all we have is that it's a Greek book.
You come up here and prove this Council of Alexandria existed. You come up here and show us where this Alexandrian library ever existed. We can't find one stone. He built his whole case on the Council of Alexandria in 278 BC, which never existed. Never existed, sir. In an Alexandrian library that there is no archaeological proof of, sir. And he brought this goddamn letter of Arturius to the goddamn debate. Then when I asked, I said, well, who's the Greek people that did this? He don't even have a damn name. Come on, bro. Even when I was Hebrew, banging Hebrew Israelite, balling and crawling and slapping the goddamn these toe taps around. Hey, he couldn't beat me. Where did he prove it at?
In Greek, found in a Greek library. This is all we have. So all we know at that point is it's put together by those people. And that's why it's in Greek. We don't have any reference at all to anything that comes down to this language right here. JJ 7000 has not presented an ancient Hebrew source of the story of how this got converted. He's about to quote Aristobulus, who actually quoted Aristides. He's about to quote Aristobulus, who quoted Aristides, the same letter that is thrown out. We cannot find any Hebrew full books in this text. I believe and I teach that the Greeks made this up. The Greeks created this Bible. They take things from ancient texts and they create their own stories based on it. Even the Hebrew language.
He believed the Greeks made this up, but you never presented any information to back your belief.
The Hebrew language itself, they took it from the ancient Medu-Neter language, except for they don't have a story of the origin of where this language actually comes from. Okay? When we look at the so-called Hebrew language that he's presenting.
Whoa. What about the, so wait. Whoa. Did the Ptolemies use the Medu-Neter to make the goddamn Septuagint, sir? What are we doing here? What in the hell are we doing? I mean, come on, man.
We find word letters like Yod, which they're saying themselves that this is Proto-Semitic, and it related back to the hieroglyph arm Yod. These letters and these languages that these people think are actually a real language, they actually think it's a real language, is not a real language. It is a manipulated, mutated version of ancient languages, and that's why we can't find any ancient books in these languages. So when we go back to letters like Nun, you see the ancient Hebrew, and we go back to Nun, and we see seed fish, Nun waters, and we go back to the god Nun, and you can see the same exact image in the Medu-Neter that goes back 2,000 to 3,000 years before this so-called Hebrew language, such as right here on plate 7 of the Per Emharu. You can see the Nun there. So before the so-called Hebrews even got their language to write this so-called book, this already existed. That's why we cannot find any ancient books in any ancient language, because they started copying it afterwards. I want people to understand the stories were copied afterwards. Thank you.
All right, brother JJ, step up to the plate, brother. Mute yourself, Tehuti.
Okay.
JJ, let's close out. You got 5 minutes to close out, and then we're gonna open up the line. See if we can get a couple of questions.
Okay, share my screen, family.
All right, you ready?
Oh, for sure.
Your time start, JJ.
Now, like I say, first of all, I'm gonna address one thing. Like I say, your Council of Alexandria, that's fake. Your library, there is no such thing as an Alexandria library. That's a myth and a legend. You can't prove that. And your letter is fake. All that you drawn for, all that information that you drawn from, talking about the Greeks did this and that, you got it from all three fake sources. Your council is fake, the libraries has no proof, and that goddamn letter. Now let's get to what I'm talking about, the chronological historical accounts of the translation of the Torah in 282 BC. This is Aristobulus, quoted by Eusebius on the origin of Septuagint. The origin text of Aristobulus in 150 BC, quoted by Aristobulus in 325 AD. It is evident that Plato closely followed our legislation and has carefully studied the several precepts contained in it. For others before Demetrius and prior to the supremacy of the Alexander and the Persians have translated both the narrative of the Exodus and the Hebrews of our fellow countrymen from Egypt. But hold on, let me show you about this guy that he said it wasn't Israelite. Let me read this real quick. What's his name? Here it is. Can I share this?
You sharing your screen now?
Oh, okay. Now this brother right here is once believed to be Aristobulus of Panias, a Hellenistic Jew who says he was one of the translators. Now I'm not saying it's true, but this is what he's saying. You told me to show your Israelites saying it. There he is right there. There he is right there. And like I said, all through this debate, Tehuti has not shown no paper trail, no trail of Greeks writing anything. I just showed you an Israelite right there who said he was Aristobulus. All right? He is one of the ones who said he's a part of this, if you want to go by that. Artilius tells us that there were prior Aramaic translations of the Hebrew Bible for the Jews in Egypt prior to the rise of Alexander the Greek. Let me read that to you again. Aristobulus, who's an Israelite, tells us that prior to the Aramaic translation of the Hebrew Bible for Jews in Egypt, prior to the rise of Alexander the Great, this must have been an Aramaic translation. That the translation from the Old Testament from the Hebrew into Greek was made by 70 or more elders. I mean, if you want to go by that, he's including himself as one of them. So there's other stories out there besides that letter, but what I'm saying, there's other people out there saying that they translated this. And this is the Israelite that you asked for. Now, let me stop sharing. Like I said, everybody.
That's a kill shot. That is, some of the ones who voted for, everybody didn't vote for me. Everybody didn't vote for Tehuti. So what I'm asking is, Tehuti, you asked for an Israelite that said he had any part of translating this. This debate is over. How did I miss that? So let me peek in over here. How do you miss that? How do you miss that? How do you miss that, man? It's a kill shot. I mean, it was already over with, but damn. It's like overkill, y'all. How do you miss that? You asked for that person. Let me rewind a little bit. One more time. Hold up, man. That's iconic. That's one of them iconic rebuttals, y'all. You hear me? Give them what they asked for. Here.
Oh, your Israelite saying it. There he is right there. There he is right there. And like I said, all I threw is the.
You sharing your screen now?
Oh, okay. Now this brother right here, 282 BC. This is Aristobulus, quoted by Eusebius on the origin of Septuagint. The origin text of Aristobulus in 150 BC, quoted by Aristobulus in 325 AD. It is evident that Plato closely followed our legislation and has carefully studied the several precepts contained in it. For others before Demetrius and prior to the supremacy of the Alexander and the Persians have translated both the narrative of the Exodus and the Hebrews of our fellow countrymen from Egypt. But hold on, let me show you about this guy that he said it wasn't Israelite. Let me read this real quick. What's his name? Here it is. Can I share this?
You sharing your screen now?
Oh, okay. Now this brother right here is once believed to be Aristobulus of Panias, a Hellenistic Jew who says he was one of the translators. Now I'm not saying it's true, but this is what he's saying. You told me to show your Israelites saying it. There he is right there.
That's it.
There he is right there. And like
that's it. That's the final goddamn nail on the coffin. You've been asking for this all day. Well, show me Israelite who helped be a part of this, translate it. This over. Katie by the door. The fat woman's just singing. You know, hey, cool again. Unplug the goddamn chords and shit. It's time to go.
This debate, Tehuti has not shown no paper trail, no trail of Greeks writing anything. I just showed you an Israelite right there who said he was Aristobulus. All right? He is one of the ones who said he's a part of this, if you want to go by that. Artilius tells us that there were prior Aramaic translations of the Hebrew Bible for the Jews in Egypt prior to the rise of Alexander the Greek. Let me read that to you again. Aristobulus, who's the Israelite, tells us that prior to the Aramaic translation of the Hebrew Bible for Jews in Egypt, prior to the rise of Alexander the Great, this must have been an Aramaic translation. That the translation from the Old Testament from the Hebrew into Greek was made by 70 or more elders. I mean, if you want to go by that, he's included himself as one of them. So there's other stories out there besides that letter. But what I'm saying, there's other people out there saying that they translated this. And this is the Israelite that you asked for. Now, let me stop sharing. Like I said, everybody, hold up. Like I said, everybody, Tehuti has not brought any sources to this debate. None. All he brought was his pets to the goddamn debate. I was hoping one of them speak up and bring something. He ain't showed that one Greek scholar. He ain't showed that one Greek scribe. Why would the Greeks, if they did this, why would they invite Israelites? Because if they know how to translate it by themselves, they wouldn't need us. But in all the stories, and even the fake ones, it's including Israelites, including his letter that he used at the beginning of the debate when he said it was his source. And trust and believe me, I'm going to rewind that, and I'm going to play it. So never heard it. That's why he's shaking his head. You said that at the beginning of the debate. Maybe not, sir. But we can rewind it. I ain't going to put you in it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
I ain't gonna put you. I love Tehuti, man, but you gotta start with the Lucky Charm tricks, bro. You can't come in the debate saying, "Yes, this is my source," and then in the middle of the debate, "Oh, but I don't believe my source." You're a walking contradiction. You're a double-minded man, and you need to come home to this Bible and drop all that comedic nonsense and come home to this truth. But like I said, hold up. He want to talk about the
Oh shit, that is funny as hell. Oh shit. Wow. But I can see, man. Y'all see y'all see who brought the sources. I can get a picture of this. I'll get that t-shirt. Put all three of us on. Hold up, three. There you go. All right. Man, come on,
the language of the Israelites ain't for real. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Let me share my screen real quick. Let me share my screen.
20 seconds.
Okay, share screen real quick. Let me show this real quick. All right, this is the ABCD family tree. Now, we understand that a lot of things come from Egypt. We understand that. But as you can see, Hebrew is a language. Don't ever let nobody come here and fool you and saying it ain't. It's saying it ain't. And then, like I say, if you want to talk about the Greek can line up with the alphabet. The Beth, the Gamma, the Dollar, the A. Then you go to Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. It all lines up. And with that being said, the people just trying to
now, let me go ahead and show you something, man. Let me see. Hold up. Let's see. Stop sharing. Very entertaining debate, man. Hope y'all enjoyed it. It ain't over yet. I want to read y'all a few things, and then we're gonna chime in to the people who called in. Hold up.
Let me see. Screen.
What up, yeah? Oh, okay, Keon. Here, I see.
What's good, my man? Side, they be bullshitting sometimes. They be up here just saying stuff. Like Jabari, we had a conversation with Jabari the other day. He's trying to push that Catholicism is Christian.
I got you.
Round two. Yeah.
All right, this is the ABCD family tree. Audience.
Yeah, I mean, everybody got their right to think who got who. So, what time is it? 4:11. So, for some reason, this guy thinks Tehuti won when I don't know how, but I don't know how. You know. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. So, for some reason, this guy think that bringing a fake letter, no proof of a library, no proof of a council, but he still won. You know, you can't please everybody. But that's what these are for people who make go like-minded people. He never named one Greek scholar, scribe, none of that. But for some reason, he thinks Tehuti won. How? Where's the sources? What sources did Tehuti use? GWL, Gandhi. I mean, you know, you could show them all of that, and for some reason, they still picked somebody else. I mean, it's okay, but I'm just trying to figure out how. What? And this I see what did he bring? How do you show a person all of that, show them that they lied about this, and this, and you still to who think that Greeks wrote the Bible? Hey, I showed you all this. The hell wrong with this dude? Okay, I ain't time to sleep though. Hey, thanks for saying so. Shut up, man. You bitch church. Hey, family, we ain't up out here, man. Peace and blessings. We about it. I mean, G's outro is pretty loud. The intro is pretty loud.
I don't got no friends. I don't got no friends. You know what I mean? I got supporters, people on my side and people on the other side.
don't stop. Only help a real cause. Hood legend on some pocket. Manifested till I'm living large. High ballin' cause the sky falling. I'ma catch a little piece though. I ain't worried about your little. No, she easy as a free throw. She wanna hold me like ransom. Just cause I'm young and I'm handsome. Tell all these to have a seat. I know that they cannot stand them. Burn it and roll me another one. I do whatever I feel like. I remember when we dreamed about it. Woke up this morning, it's real life. Trade the whip, trade the currency. Moving like it's an emergency. We gotta check out, it's close to 11, so baby ride it with some urgency. I'm just here for the fun part, cause I'm good on the money part. I be leaving in the cold season, coming back for the sunny part. With us and get your money up. With us and get your wig split. Ever since I was a little boy, I've been plotting on the big. Bigger pockets, bigger resume. When you keep it really resonate. If he really want it, never hesitate. If he mad at me, better meditate. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Never gave us nothing. Look at what we did with it. In a foreign city. Moving like I live in it. Never call them back. Bet you that they still with it. You ain't gotta like it. You just gotta live with it. Never gave us nothing.
You ain't gotta like it, you just gotta deal with it. DMG vibes.
Conversations can spark change. You ain't gotta like it, you just gotta deal with it. The infamous perspective with the infamous DMG.